Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
We have got yet another day of PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA ready for you. I hope you're feeling hydrated, refreshed, motivated to get into the games today whilst we prepare for our first match. It's going to be Sanhok, of course. First, my name is John Allen. With me is the lovely Blank.
It is me. I've returned for another day of PUBG Mobile Esports, and I will return again tomorrow. But today I hope so. Returned for the first time.
I am pre-returned.
Pre-returned.
Hope you kept the receipt. But we are going to be taking a look, of course, at our socials. You guys can check everything out there to do with PMSL EMEA and all of European PUBG Mobile in general at these channels down below. Get those up with a follow. I'm sure you will not be regretting it. Keeping up to date with absolutely everything.
He's super sure about it. The prize pool coming right at you here on your screens. Take a look at this one though, $400,000. Have a look at this. This is nice. The light up trophy, which definitely will light up at some point during this tournament, I'm sure. Player bonuses, 9,500. I've talked about too much about them recently, but yeah, there is some bonuses on the line. Up and comer rewards, if your first time in the PMSL or in the circuit, and if you score the highest eliminations, you will be receiving a cash money reward. Finals prize pool as well, big cash money rewards here, $55,000 for that first place, $35,000 for second, and $22,000. So we're very top heavy for doing well, which makes sense.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you do well, you deserve to be rewarded. But that 5K minimum as well for getting to the finals is going to be making one or two teams pretty happy. That adds your total, when you consider the participation bonus, up to 7K for the season. So if you're able to grab that, helps the team out in the long run. Hopefully, it means that we can see them back in the next season as well. So making it to the finals, the current next goal for our teams. Some looking to do a little bit better than others. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from those teams who have been outperforming the rest of the lobby in some of these situations. Power, yesterday, they had a really, really great chicken dinner on Miramar. It's one of my favorite maneuvers so far tactically. Timing-wise, it worked out very, very well. They were able to use S2G smokes against them to get ahead of the curve, and it really, really worked out with Twisted Minds playing on that high ground behind them.
Yeah, it was almost like a panic and everything went really well maneuver, right? Because I think they realized they had to get underneath Twisted Minds, and they were happy just to fight out versus S2G. But you're right, as soon as those smokes came through, they were like, wow, an opportunity presents itself. And they flew in, and they took massive advantage of it. There were some really great nades thrown over there as well. Gladiators on your screen, really... not a really good day yesterday, but a much better day than we saw from them last week overall. So I was pretty pleased with Gladiators moving and shifting to a more elimination-centric playstyle, which I think is important for these guys. They all got heavy fraggers, and I think they were playing a little bit too Brainiac-like over in their previous week. A lot more bronze on these guys, not to be mean, but I think that they should use it, right? Use those muscles and stop working that poor little brain so hard.
It just needs a little bit of a rest. You just got to cut the blood supply, send it all to those big guns, and get out there, get fragging. And it seems to work out. They did have one or two slip-ups. Oh, like Kakali here, going down to Lord.
It's so funny that, because it took so long to get on that roof as well. I'm lining it up.
It's like that scene in Indiana Jones where like the guy is like gets his knife out and he's like throwing it around, like doing all these fancy moves with a sword, and then Indiana Jones like picks his pistol up and goes pow.
Yep, that was Kakali there. A little bit too fancy. Here was this ending here between Power, Twisted Minds, and FLUX. Some good grenades here, and again you can see that little tiny position where you can hide, which is great. Take a look at our overall rankings next. Regnum Kaya Brat still overflowing over on our overall rankings, but overflowing with points as well, total up towards 52. BEŞİKTAŞ, another good day for them yesterday, actually. Last week was a little bit touch and go, but this is much better. FLUX 2 up to 48 points, picking some strong positions. But these are all teams that have the, as we described it yesterday, the meditative brain off movement from them all, where seems that from one day to the next, they can just be really, really good and then very, very bad. And I hope that they can continue playing well this week.
Yeah, should be looking to try and maintain that momentum out of yesterday. S2G, Gladiators, Virtus Pro, I think 3D Max as well. These 4 teams sat on the front page. I feel like they've got a lot to prove here because they're names that will be very familiar with a lot of people watching, and they'll have a lot of support from the crowds as well. Last week, I feel like they underperformed against that. Virtus Pro, I think, maybe performing the best. Well, S2G, I guess, technically performing the best, but Virtus Pro, it felt like they had the better run out of last week in terms of overall performance. S2G did manage to accrue more points, though. So hopefully they can keep that going. Down to the second page, IWNRX, the big surprise entry.
24 points is really unideal. I think the majority of those points were found towards the end of the day, just scrapping away at those eliminations. You can see 5 placement points, so very much not getting it far into the game. So barely a single placement point per game on average. There really was those eliminations they were able to rack up there, which we know they can get, but shouldn't be solely relying on them, considering last week their placement points totally eclipsed the amount of eliminations they were able to accrue in their games. Na'Vi, a little bit better, but not by much. And Brute Force, very much lacking on performance from what we saw from them last week, which was actually very, very good. We do have some other teams joining us today, though. You know, we've got your boys from Team Spirit back into the mix again, John.
Yeah, we've also got Heroic, we've got Digital Athletics, and our underdog favorite, the Onyx Ravens, are going to be joining us once more. We kind of started to sympathize with them a little bit, and we kind of started to admire them, I suppose, on the last day of last week as well, with their third-party early games, being proactive and taking engagements, not being afraid to get stuck in, which I think is an admirable pursuit, despite their low-down finishing on the overalls.
Yeah, it's really, really hard to improve midweek, and that's what they did there. Unfortunately, a team that did not do that was Regnum Kaya Bra, who did great on that first day, and then very much fell off. So here's their day 1 versus their day 1 from week 1 and week 2. You can see their day 1 on week 1 was just absolutely a slobber knocker, where they fell off so hard. But, you know, it's still a reasonable result yesterday for Regnum Kaya Bra, and I'm hoping this is more of just a steady burn from this team, right? You know, you had the roaring heat of the furnace from last week. This time around, you know, you just got your warm fire. It's going to keep you going through the night in the forest. That is the PUBG Mobile Esports.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I've said for quite a while, right? Is this is not a sprint. This set of league matches is absolutely a marathon, and you need to be pacing yourself. So coming out the gate strong, sure, it's great. It looks great, and it feels pretty great in that first day. But then, you know, people start to download those strats. People start to counter-strat you, maybe even hot drop on you sometimes, which we've seen a few times, maybe not specifically onto like IWNRX, but we are still getting quite a lot of hot drops for being now over a week into our tournament. So it's kind of interesting to see what we are going to be collecting in terms of those hot drops for the rest of today. Let's take a look at BEŞİKTAŞ, who had a pretty solid start to their week. 2 chicken dinners, the highest total able to find of any team out of our tournament so far, out of the 16 teams that played yesterday. That's 2.1k damage. That's not average, that is overall for Lewis. And the rest of the team keeping up pace really quite nicely.
Yeah, I think that for their yesterday 2,100 damage, that's very reasonable. You know, you set that over 5 days, you're hitting 10k if Lewis is able to do that every single day, as is Tospic, which I think was around about our benchmark last week for the highest damage done coming through from Nomi. So overall, this is really good news. Also, it's a nice spread of the knocks and the eliminations over on this team, so everyone's putting the work in there. Kakali maybe a little bit less so on the eliminations, but this dude typically is more of the backstop player, right? Which you like to see someone able to take that role in the shadows, right, to let the other teams play out in the light. That's the way to do it. I think that for BEŞİKTAŞ, this certainly could continue, but yesterday was sort of predicated off the back of some good decision in terms of taking compounds. However, at the same time, the circle did move their way, let's be honest.
Yeah, they did have a couple of fortunate shifts on the games yesterday. Let's take a look at today's games though. What maps have we got in store for you? Big surprise here, Blank. It's exactly the same as it's been for the last 6 match days. Sanhok, triple Erangel, double Miramar.
Exactly. So not much changing here for us. We get our quickest map out of the way right at the beginning over on Sanhok, and then move into some steady Erangels followed by our Miramars. Either way, it does feel like things get a little bit weird towards the end of the day on Miramar, with some interesting circles been tossed all over the place recently, and that seems to be a continuing trend so far. But yeah, our schedule, there it is. We'll see you for the next 4 hours, I would say.
Something around that. Let's take a look at the groups that we've got playing today. I believe those might still be incorrect. That is not correct.
No.
The teams sitting out will be IWNRX, BEŞİKTAŞ Esports, FLUX, and Twisted Minds. That's Group A. They will be sitting out today. So we're not going to get to see if BEŞİKTAŞ are going to continue on their position placements, that sort of stuff. FLUX, IWNRX, Twisted Minds also not going to have a chance to come back into this one. So IWNRX going to... Hang on a minute. That's not us. There we go. IWNRX going to be...
That was good, actually. I was in a big yawn, so...
Yeah, okay. Well... You recovered, man. IWNRX not going to have a chance to show us if they can change things, if they can turn things around, but they are going to have that extra day to think about what they've done.
Whoa. Think about it hard and really, really deeply, because what you did yesterday was bad. All right? Oh,
evil.
We took a relook. This looks much better.
This is correct, I believe. Yeah. I'm happy with this.
Stop saying I believe. It makes me nervous.
I believe. God, it's the worst. God, it's the worst American chant. Have you heard that chant where they're like, "I believe that we will win"? It's like, okay, chill out.
Cool. I think most people here would agree with that sentiment.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're not really pushing the boat.
Basically, the Americans' crowd work needs a good hard look. Get in the corner with IWNRX and think about what you've done. Team Spirit, Heroic, Digital Athletics, Onyx Ravens. Obviously, that Group B will be in for the first time today. We covered a little bit about that. It'd be interested to see what the moneymakers can turn around and do today as well, because they have been a little bit on or off as a team yesterday. Yeah. Very much off. As a roster, they weren't quite able to have the power that we saw from them in that first week. So, are they going to be able to take on Team Spirit again towards the top of those tables?
These are the top dogs right now. They feel like the top dogs, right? The confidence is just flowing off of them. And not because I'm an EU commentator, but because I'm an EU commentator.
That's right,
guys. I'm biased.
Hell yeah. If there's one thing we love on this desk, it is being incredibly biased towards our own home region teams.
That's right, guys.
It's the only way to be. Blank, you know Türkiye?
Yep.
Rubbish. Awful players. You know Middle East and Africa?
Yeah.
Those teams stink, dude. Europe?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my god. Those guys are so cool and fun, and they smell so good all the time.
They've got what it takes here.
Absolutely. That is absolutely true. Except for the Gladiators. We are going to take a look at what the teams think of each other with a little bit of trash talk from them.
Бойтесь нас, мы будем вас наказывать в каждой катке.
When we play, you better run.
Ну да, сильнейшими командами, я думаю, этого турнира будем мы, Team Spirit, S2G должны показать хороший результат. Рагнукаре. Но они, я не думаю, что они сильнейшие, они сильные в ганскилле. Но не металкой. Насчет металки я не знаю, но мне кажется, что
но турки очень агрессивны в плане того, что если у них что-то не получается, они сразу по столу фигачат.
SBG могут выстрелить, 3D Max. 3D Max могут выстрелить, потому что у них слишком... Во-первых, взаимопонимание очень сильное.
Очень сильная индивидуалка у каждого.
Очень сильная индивидуалка.
Да, там на 400 герц.
Так еще мета того, что сейчас будет DBS.
Будет DBS, да.
То, что в ногу попадаешь, все, ты в ноке.
Поэтому SBG, да. Я поставлю их.
Не, парни, мета будет на Бизоне сегодня. И в ближайшее время.
Бизон лучше.
На Бизон Берил Калаш. Это новый мета.
Бизон имба.
Почему Берил не будет?
Так версия игры.
Будет Калаш Бизон.
На Мирамаре что?
На Мирамаре Я думаю, что на Мирамаре... На Мирамаре, короче, нужно убить одного, а дальше они сами просто будут все прятаться.
На второй
Как
этаж
они
всё
обычно,
опять.
типа, делают.
Дефолт.
Ну, типа, они просто вот, ну, все, вот, они теряются.
It's not looking good. Hands to a knife fight. Come on now. Nades to a knife fight. There we go. That is going to be Team Enigma down. Team Spirit. That second place woke them up.
По моему мнению, больше всех будут оправдываться Enigma Galaxy, потому что Рауф чаще всего ищет какие-то отговорки, что мешают внешние факторы. Поэтому я склоняюсь больше к Enigma Galaxy.
I would love to face FLUX 4v4 at the end of the game, because we will just win them every time.
Бойтесь нас, мы будем вас наказывать в каждой катке.
I have only one thing to say to the other teams. When we play, you better run.
Goodness me, that was quite the stare at the end there from Kitsune. I think I might be running too. I'm not even going to play him. They certainly will have plenty of players trying to play up against that today, though, because we've got our first map on the cards. Over to Sanhok and the jungle environment that will house our 16 teams for the next half hour.
Indeed. Gladiators do have Matic over in those top eliminations. 13. Oh, what a change of pace there. It's nice to see Kitsune be able to give some smack talk and then also back it up.
That's true.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've seen that, right?
You get quite a lot of those clips where it's like, oh, we're going to take the fight to them and they're not going to know what's hit them. And then it's like they've got 3 elims after 5 days. And you're like, oh, I guess they didn't know what hit them. It was just 3 points. Goodness me.
Although we love EU, we also accept EU's shortcomings.
That's yeah, well, sometimes it works out for us.
Yeah, we're currently 3 Turkish teams in first, second place who are doing amazingly well right now. It has to be said. Circle heads over towards the northwest side, which means Gladiators don't win.
That is true, actually. I've never seen them win these. It's actually impossible for them to be able to do this. It's interesting that they have just maintained Meku out on this roster, right? Like, this is something we've talked about quite a few times now. Matic and Meku being that iconic duo that used to solidify the Gladiators roster last year and a little bit before that as well for a long, long time. So pulling them apart, I think you sort of highlighted it first, that it feels like a bit of sacrilege going on as Enigma Galaxy taken down. There's hot drops, Moneymakers losing. Okay, Moneymakers have gone for a split drop on the Confluence compound, and they have lost 2 of their players, and a third person has just been knocked.
Yeah, it's honestly, this is a game where I would recommend not going for the split drop over towards Confluence side. Koa even gets knocked down, and Icy's done too. Just purely because, and I think you'll agree with me here, John.
I might.
So hear me out. Okay. You jump into this game, you go for the Confluence split. You have Gladiators over towards your northwest side. You've got Na'Vi who are being squeezed up towards that north side too, because DA are also in the lobby down towards that southwest side. They weren't in yesterday, and now they are, although they are getting shredded just a little bit right now. So it does just force a lot of teams to be scouring out those positions, and Team Spirit is not one to sit around idly and just let you pick up those spots, especially with a circle like this one. So the Moneymakers get punished very badly for what I would say is a miscalculation. I don't know if it's a mistake, so to say. It's just like those things where you think you can get away with it. But as soon as you see this circle, you sort of have to just regroup instantly. RCB though, Wild going absolutely wild on the top side of this mountain, does take down AXA. There's been a bit of a crazy game to start things off here, John.
Yeah, a lot of casualties being felt on this one. And Na'Vi have managed to rack up 3 eliminations for their player lost. AXA going down, not ideal, but having those 3 eliminations early can be very, very profitable in the long run. Nomi has a bit of danger right around the corner. I don't think he's going to be able to handle it. Where did S2G come from? Have they run all the way from Paradise Resort? That was really fast. And going straight through there? I mean, I don't blame Team Spirit for not making that one work for them. They generally just wouldn't expect something like that to happen. Who goes through boot camp on this rotation? That's I kind of like it from S2G.
Yeah, it's a bold one.
Yeah,
definitely bold.
It's a statement rotation.
Yeah, It has worked. I think they realize that Team Spirit more than likely are going to be leaving over towards that location. I mean, they lose a player because of it. But it's a smart rotate. Wow. There's only so many places Narvalo can be in that doorway.
Yeah.
And for him to take 10 damage is pretty ridiculous.
Oh, dear. RCB trading nades back and forth between RCB and Foot Chaos on the bridge. This is around Painan. So a pretty important crossing here to try and control Foot Chaos with Kairos on the bridge, who's down. They're going to need to secure themselves there. He is trying to crawl his way closer to the rest of his team, but he's the only one up top. And yeah, the bullets tagging on as he crosses should spell his demise. Team Spirit have regrouped down to the east side, I think. No, they're over on the west side now of the Confluence compounds. They're on that trifecta now. And they will hold that point. This is a place that Kitsune will be familiar with, having IGL'd the... Well, I mean, all teams should be familiar with it, right? But having IGL'd the Gladiators, he's going to know these crossings really, really well from that northern edge and should be able to hold his nerve going for that leapfrog push.
He is doing it backwards, though, right? You know, in reverse. It's quite an explosive start to the game, purely because I think this is the first time, actually, in this tournament, out of the 7 Sanhoks that we've seen, head over towards this northwest side. So all our teams are crunching their way in. Funnily enough, I think S2G have had the best idea so far. Go from Paris Resort to boot camp, very safe, very easy. Figure out where the circle goes next and play from there. I think a lot of teams are putting way too much stock in the surrounding buildings on boot camp. This is not necessarily a Northwest Island finish just yet. I think the amount of times that it shifts up this way and then heads far down towards that south side, ends up towards the bridge. I think we have seen Gladiators win out a game there before. But yeah, I'm curious to see how this one pans out.
Yeah.
It does feel like a lot of players have jumped the gun here. Other than Onyx Raven, still in the blue.
Yeah, they're chilling. They're chilling, dude. Don't worry about it. They can grab. To be fair, they can grab a boat. That is an available rotation for them in this position, and I think it might be. I mean, they can also cross near Camp Charlie if they want to go to the southwest. But if you wait for the next circle to pop, you know if you're going to that northwest island. So you can grab a boat if you are, or take the land rotation if you're not. I'm just thinking back to S2G's rotation, and perhaps like it was a bit of a read play. Maybe if they had some scouts out that way, maybe they heard some of the fighting over towards Moneymakers, some of the gunshots, and you know that this is a lobby where people are going to go for these third parties, right? So you think, okay, Team Spirit will have heard that. I know that they like to play a little bit split on that drop of the South Bootcamp Hills. I know they're going to go and try and third party that fight. Why don't we just rush their backstop player as 4? So if that's their thought process, I feel like that is a good strategy. If they were unaware of this situation, then I would call it into question.
Yeah, I think it's a good read no matter what, right? Because you're coming from Paris Resort, you got to find some position, right? So even if they don't hear the fighting, they can sort of assume that Team Spirit being so close to circle is going to want to try and take Confluence compound. Probably would have heard some of the shots ringing out earlier on as they headed through to boot camp. So it's a smart idea from S2G, and I think that consistently they've been making some good reads, right, over towards a lot of these games. I think that if you guys are looking to learn a little bit more about rotations, I think looking over towards S2G and just studying what they've been doing throughout this tournament, great idea. Great idea. Just because some of these rotates are the rotates that will help you at home more than anything, because there is a lot of dangerous rotates these teams go for, preying off the back of some hefty third-party decisions. But S2G is always taking the relatively safe decision in the moment, which is the one that's likely going to get you the furthest into a lot of your games. And by proxy, consistently keep that number up so you guys potentially could get to conquer it one day.
Ooh. Not you, though. Definitely not me.
Yeah, I thought you were saying that to the viewers, and I was like, that's really mean.
Oh, well, you know, for some people to be conqueror, some people won't. It can't be, right? Like otherwise, if everyone's conqueror, no one will be.
Everyone.
Syndrome said
can
that
be a conqueror.
from The Incredibles.
Yeah, he did. He was Ginger.
See, he's not a
That's right,
natural
John.
ginger, though. He was blonde.
I can do observation.
It was either a wig or he dyed his hair ginger, which is an odd choice. But
Yeah,
there it is.
it is an odd choice. I mean, I'm a little bit ginger. I dyed my hair blonde. Am I part of the problem? Who knows?
I think you've kidnapped Mr. Incredible. I think that's what's happened.
No, I have not.
Yeah, you have.
I don't have any of those cool bracelets. I don't know if this is
You
like
got him in
too
hold
niche
in
of
those
a-
zappy arm spheres.
Is this too niche of a movie?
What, The
these
Incredible?
days?
Maybe, actually.
Yeah.
That was, that came out
Not a long time ago.
2006? 2004?
Yeah.
Something like that. I feel like it's...
I mean, I relate more to Mr. Incredible every day.
yeah.
I don't know if you remember that bit where he has his back.
Oh, yeah.
pulled
I do. I
by
know
the
exactly what you're
robot.
talking about.
Good old click. So I feel like I need one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. That is...
Shout out in the chat if you also need your back clicking. 'Cause you're old like us guys.
Anybody need chiropractic work right now? Shout out to those guys.
Shout out to those guys with your bad backs.
Pre-pod? Ooh.
Looking to hold strong on their spot. Nice, great. But at the moment, we'll be losing one player. Well, that spine looks a little bit flimsy to me.
Let's look at the circle. It's just come on through. Gladiators on the north side of that bridge. It looks like it's likely to end up on the north edge. The compound that just sits northeast of where the Gladiators sit right now. I feel like 3D Max are going to look to move over that location, but Gladiators are actually going to jump the gun on that. There's going to be a challenge from the north edge with Power, Brute Force, or the remnants thereof, and potentially the Falcons looking to push into that location. Power going to take the top of the mountain on that northwest island. Everybody on the south shore right now, anybody could make it through, and most likely not many of them will. Onyx Ravens crashing in. They've rotated up to the north edge now, and they're going for the fight with Falcons. One player goes down. They crash the car straight on through Vigors, but he's still standing. Just a sliver of HP, though, to keep him safe near the blue. Satan wants to rotate in, but is worried about those off angles, and rightly so. Saleh is there, ready with the DBS to take him down should he step too far forwards. The burnout on the Molotov going to force him out here. The first aid comes on in, and Satan continues to suppress. Out he goes with the DBS, makes it through, but into the spray of Damar. A nicely placed Molotov forces the issue, and Satan continues with the rest of the Falcons. Only Gaith to be a casualty here, and Saleh might not last too much longer. Gets a DBS shot in, but how much more can he do?
I mean, that felt pretty on target, but Falcons will live through this one. And maybe further into the game. They've only got to get across that north bridge, but they will have to recuperate their strength just a little bit because they were very low in that situation. However, Onyx Ravens, come on. You set yourself up in the Kampong docks location, right? That should have been an easy ping pong from Kampong over towards the south side of Camp Alpha in the old boats. So what happened there? All right, we'll need to discuss this after the game because that can't happen again.
Sort it out now.
I'm going to
Come on.
unofficially coach you guys.
Okay.
Even
Start
though
drawing
I
them up
have
a rotation
no
on map.
qualification.
Yeah. Get one of those whiteboards and like put magnets on it. That always looks quite good.
That looks good.
Yeah.
That seems like you know what you're doing, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you got to move them around like a lot all the time.
Yeah.
Tixie.
Now look at this.
Ooh, having his pieces shuffled there from the high ground on the off angle. This is Power moving into that high ground. Gladiators didn't take control of that, and now with actually the high ground quite a lot in this next circle, they can take a lot of control. You can see they are going to get the res though on the Gladiators, which means that they can still continue to guard out Power in that compound that sits pretty central on this next circle.
Yeah, I think the Gladiators did shift over quite a while back to just dropping in Camp Alpha. I think that they felt the high ground over on the mountain wasn't giving them that much control in the early game, often getting hot dropped towards the temple. Yeah, I do think it's somewhat odd not to be taking that high ground as soon as you see this kind of circle come through. Well, I mean, the circle beforehand, I think I would have headed there then. If you have the chance to. So it's a good move from Power, to be honest with you. NIGMA Galaxy up against DA, who really have not moved all that far from Sami. And I think this is what I was talking about yesterday, is that as soon as you do throw DA back into the mix, NIGMA Galaxy is going to suffer here on Sanhok. because a lot of that freedom they were afforded and didn't use, by the way, has now been sort of cut off. The proverbial Sanhok handcuffs over on this map forum.
They are still on that south coast, though. The circle has kept the water in for the most part. It keeps the Gladiators compound in as well, and likely Power going to have to descend. I feel like this is definitely a Gladiators game to start to control. 3D Max going to want to push across the river, but it looks like Team Spirit are going to have a chance to take the buildings from them. Very, very difficult to get across here, so we'll need all their wits about them. I'm assuming throwing a bunch of smokes on in there as well, as 3D Max will try and shimmy down the coast. Falcons looking to challenge too on that eastern side. Not too sure there's anywhere for them to stay, though.
No, you're just trying to fly in as quickly as possible. This is like a big old hilltop that rocks up towards the Gladiators. Now, it is odd that 3D Max has just held on to the compound that is now outside of the blue, and somehow Effect's managed to get himself up towards that western edge. A nice nade to start things off over towards Gladiators, and Tixie takes a heavy hit too. So the Falcons, we didn't think they'd have a home to locate, but some good openings here.
Ooh, nade right under his teammates, but AZ's there, not holding the rock. He's going to get flushed out as well. They are only playing as 3, and this is a chance for Power to third party. They need to move down now and take this opportunity. They'll hear these shots, they'll hear this roll-up, and now is the time to strike. They start to move into position to do so, and a pincer that the Falcons have opened up for Power to establish here. 3D Max going to be happy, but they've taken a casualty over on that shore as Team Spirit have made their way across. Falcons still moving in. They've managed to get to these buildings now, and they can keep this ordnance pouring in. Power seem to have slowed down, and there's that off angle, but it's onto Damar.
Yeah, honestly, a depressingly bad hold coming through from the Gladiators. Also, funny to me watching Falcons just haphazardly tossing grenades in the general direction of Gladiators and actually finding some big knocks. Damar does get flushed out by the Molotov there, but Power close to cleaning things up here, and they made the right movement coming down. Team Spirit didn't really have the rights to this compound. I think 3D Max should have been there a lot earlier as opposed to holding towards this compound on the northeast, and they lost a few players.
Satan has the backup for Ragnar with the DBS, and Falcons continue to handily take this fight, but Power are biding their time. They're waiting for the teams to shred themselves apart, and now they can start to go in. They've heard these knocks. Ragnar, come on, you need to hit that one. Does so, but he's now got 4 players from Power bearing down upon him, and Nade is going to be able to find one. On this wall side, he opens up, still has quite a lot of rounds in this DBS chamber, looking for the windows now, waiting for the door, steps out wide, looking for the lineup. Easy's there to ready and waiting to receive with his own DBS, and Ragnar finally falls. Power, they played it slow, but they take the compound in the end.
I'd be real mad. I'd be big mad if I was Al-Hadji. Easy, nading him as he goes in, only to take the final elimination away from him. Almost just a bit of a kill steal there. Didn't like that very much. I mean, Al-Hadji certainly deserves to be on that top side, but if you can't beat him, nade him, apparently. This seems to be the solution. S2G, again, look, these are the rotations that we're talking about that you guys at home could be studying, that I need to be studying, because they are really good. And I think John picked up on it very early on, which is a good thing to do, right? I mean, it's a cheeky little rotate, and they have just slowly made their way in. There's a lot of impatience within this lobby, and S2G taking full advantage of that impatience to try and get center, try and play out on this edge, and they're slowly creeping their way in, but never not holding out towards their back. And look at this, have some good cover. See you later, spots out towards Effect.
Ooh.
Puncher though will find Razy, most likely unresable now for him.
Blue zone as it is, Kelsey wants to get a little bit of an answer to this danger. Team Spirit did get eliminated. They've got pushed out of the compound that they've taken across the river. Puncher does go down, but Razy, yeah, the blue zone's outpacing him right now, but the zone will stop. A shift up towards the north. Potential to actually res Razy here. Without that off angle from Puncher, they might be able to stay up as 4, but Power on the northern side also with a decent chance here.
Loxy edging his way over. I don't think Al-Hadji has any clue about this one.
The rest of
His
Power further
teammates up above, yeah. I mean, you're taking full advantage of this high ground whilst you can. It's not in the circle for much longer. S2G getting cleaned out. Nice step up from Loxy, and great pick off from See You Later. will take him down, weakening the guys from Power.
Two very important angles for S2G to be able to clear, as they now may be able to get Kelsey back up, but it doesn't look like anyone's moving for it just now. Power losing Al Haji leaves them on 3 players alive, and player count starting to wane in this late hour of the circle. We're at stage 6 and 4 teams remain. RCB with just Kiss down by the river. Gonna have to wait for S2G to make their crossing before he can play down and in the mud, and instead he steps up for Hamzy G, gets spotted by 3D Max across the way. That was actually easy from Power. 5 eliminations now. They continue to rack up these points.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit of a weird one for Kiss to go for those shots. I mean, he could have just waited for S2G to go down. They had to move for a long while. And
ooh,
I'm
lovely.
not sure Power knew where they were, but a good nade there from Robs. Has to be careful. Those sight lines seems to be a running trend here from the guys on 3D Max being a little bit lax with their sight lines. But into a 1v1 in terms of the teams here. Nades not quite flowing all the way up towards that top side. I just wait here for the next circle, both these teams. Heads up towards that northern side. Power do gain a significant advantage.
Victor takes a bit of damage from the nade, but shouldn't be too much to worry about. Circle.
Ooh.
Goes away from both of them. Everybody going to have to now move laterally. Easy, looking to reposition. Spots Victor doing the same. Power wants to control the top of the hill, and Fidan from the rock. Not inside the circle just yet, but 3D Max yet to get all the way across. I think that shack might just be in it on the edge, and they want the same rock. Victor has the challenge. Is there an off-angle backup? Not quite there, as Easy gets first blood on this engagement. Robs wanting to spot the players towards the back. Easy will want the flush here. Is there backup? Is there an off angle from Snowix to be able to stop the push around the edge of the rock?
This is a cheeky play from Snowix. Whilst everyone zooms around the side, I mean, Easy has got to be
there he is.
Very swift on the locate, but Snowix finds one, looks for another, doesn't quite grab it, but that will at least even this into a 1v2. Much easier to deal with here, and Kante has to move out into open ground.
Fidan. Not going to be resable there. Goes down, and Kante actually falls as well. It's a 1v1. Robs is now locked in. But his position's known. I don't think he's got a smoke. He's going to peek now. Easy has the angle completely. It was so tough at the end there. But to bring it even that far, a decent set of plays from 3D Max, who get late into the game. Power, though, take it away from that high ground. A nice timed push to third party and engagement against the Gladiators and the Falcons. Sees them with control up on that northern side, and they never let it slip.
Yeah, good high ground control, good timing once again. For 3D Max, slightly weird play there from Victor. I think Victor almost froze that end game for him, right? Just because I think as soon as you move up towards that rock, you see that Easy's already there, and you don't have a shotgun out in that moment. I think you have to abort the mission a little bit, try and play down towards that backside, find a different rock to play around with. So it's just late on the draw. Considering where 3D Max were as well, like they had the quicker draw towards that position. So slightly frustrating for them. Either way, 3D Max should be pretty pleased with that one, but Power, another strong victory for them. I think that is technically the back-to-back from yesterday into today. So really nice stuff from them.
Yeah, it's a good result to see them keeping on going, and that's what we said we wanted to see, that continued momentum. 3D Max still a successful game, even if they weren't able to win it out towards the end. They managed to accrue quite a lot of points, and it was quite interesting because we looked over at that Confluence compound before and said, oh, how has Team Spirit managed to get this building away from them? And then I looked back and it was in 3D Max's possession again, and Team Spirit on the outside. I mean, it's a difficult building to hold. It was sort of a warehouse with an open site to the north, so pretty difficult to hold against those buildings. So probably the right decision to pull back and give ground, but still, maybe could have done something a little bit different for Team Spirit because they're not even up on this front page.
Yeah, I think they only got 3 points by the end of this one, but I think it was more because they were very concerned with what was going on behind them. I think a circle that, though, you just have to sort of fully commit over towards that northern side and hope that by gaining a safer position within the circle as a 3-man, that the players towards the top side of the hill is able to take out the teams behind you. Still tough putting your trust in your opponents to help you out, but that is really the only option there. So I think Team Spirit didn't necessarily try to do too much, but it is one of those games where, you know, trying to do it all yourself does come back to bite you if you can't pull it off. in the end. Gladiators, 3 points as well. Another measly game for them over on the Northwest Sanhok. But yeah, it was a pretty pitiful hold towards that position, right?
I mean, yeah, going down to just like early knocks and then not really finding anything in response over towards Falcons, who just like completely like
threw the kitchen
brazenly just rolled
work
across the hillside between like 4 different teams and just like attacked the compound. I guess maybe you're not expecting that as Gladiators, but even so, you need to be finding a return knock. But it just felt like they wet cardboard in the rain. They just dissolved and floated away down the gutters.
It was very, very bad. But if you guys want to keep up to date with things that will be looking very, very good, it is over at the PMWC, the Esports World Cup, happening from the 19th to the 28th of July. That is going to be super exciting. 4 of the teams here, up towards the top side of the tables, come finals, will be heading straight through towards those qualifiers, whereas our 5th place team will be heading over towards that survival stage. I hope you guys can survive just a little bit longer without us, because we're going to head to a break and be back very soon.
Ama şey olmasın oğlum, cringe olmasın neyse. Team Falcon şeyler değil oğlum, taplar
Onlar değil mi?
Onlar değil, hayır. Ya koy sonra, evet.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Bugün yanımda Storm var.
Herkese merhabalar, ben INFINIX'ten The Wolf. Bugün Kane'le beraber takımları sıralayacağız.
Bugün Storm'la takımları sıralayacağız.
Dijital Athletics.
DA. DA bence yükselen yıldız ya.
Çok bir başarıları yok ama bence Beşiktaş'ın yanına da girerler. O yüzden
NIGMA Galaxy. Ben bunları seviyorum abi. Bunlar MEA takımı ama...
Kapansa girer ya.
Aynen, bence de girer. Ben seviyorum
Tek
abi
takım
bunları.
bence o ya oradaki.
Evet, bence de.
Yani son zamanlarda iyi değiller bence. Yani önceden
de.
Brute Force, Brute Force'u ya da saygımızdan buraya atayım yani.
Bu da yeni bir takıma benziyor.
Evet.
Bakalım. Bu takım ne lan?
Bu takım... Ya koy sonra. Evet.
Evet, geldik biz. Bence yükselen.
Yükselene koy evet.
Yıldızlar Ligi ve PMGO'da bence çok başarıları yok. O yüzden ben Dark Horse'a koyacağım.
S2G bence Brezilya'da iyi oynadılar. Bayağı. En iyi sıralamada onlardı. Kere bence Top Gun ya.
Evet.
Bence Top Guns'a girer.
Bence de girer.
Oyuncuları çok sağlam.
Yani GG var. Tecrübeli bir takım ama çok bir başarıları yok son bir senedir. Ya da şuraya koyacağım yani. Gene de ne yapacakları belli değil.
GG'yi 1'e koyarım ya. Geçmişine göre.
Aynen.
Reklam Karebra. Oyuncuları çok sağlam. Bence başarı yakalayacaklar.
Bence de.
Bence de Top Guns'a girer. Team Spirit.
Biz bunu şuraya koyabiliyor muyuz?
Aynen, onu oraya koyalım.
Tamam, biz
INFINIX.
Onlar da iyi oynadılar Brezilya'da.
TR'den sonra şakaladılar aynen.
Tam 1-2 arası da. Bak nasıl yapalım biliyor musun?
Nasıl?
Bak tam 1-2 arasına
Tamam,
koyalım.
Falcon. Ana Falcon iyi mi?
Değil
Falcon
de.
benim bildiğim iyi değil.
Tamam sonra koyalım. Koy sana.
Bunlar boş team.
O
falan
zaman-
yani.
o şunların yanına koy.
Evet.
Aynen.
Team Spirit. Ha. O Freya değil mi o?
2 ya da 3 diyorum.
Bence 3'e koyalım.
Team Spirit. Yine oyuncuları sağlam bu takımın. Ama bence yine başarı yakalayamayacaklar bence. O yüzden ben Dark Horse'a koyuyorum.
Beşiktaş.
Ya çok
Yani-
büyük bir başarıları yok. O yüzden
Onların da ne yapacağı belli
ikinci sıraya
değil.
koyarım.
Aynen o yüzden
Aynen.
hak ediyorlar bence.
Bence de. FLUX. 2 kere Avrupa şampiyonu oldular.
Kansa girer ya.
Bence de Top Guns'a girer. Oyuncuları da sağlam.
Evet arkadaşlar takım sıralamamız bu kadardı.
Bugün Kane'le beraber takımları sıraladık. Umarım beğenirsiniz.
Bu kadardı. İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. Kendinize iyi bakın.
Görüşmek üzere.
Görüşmek üzere.
We are back with more PMSL EMEA for you up next. We've had our Sanhok, we've had our daily dose. We're going to be heading over to Erangel next. I'm John Allen. With me is Blank. Power able to control on the high ground there. I liked their rotation, and again, it seems like a team that I'm starting to enjoy watching more and more. Similarly, S2G on that south side, you praise their rotations over there.
Yeah, I think S2G is pretty consistent so far. Like, not super flashy a lot of times, but still just pumping those points out. And I think that's the type of thing that is really nice to see. I mean, if you're consistently towards that 4th, 5th place every week, that's a really good thing to have. You can have an impact over on the future of PMSL here on the show. Head over towards the chat there and fill out our survey. There should be a little message there telling you exactly where you need to go and what you need to do. But your answers are completely yours and free to pop whatever you like in there as long as it's constructive, please, to the show. But yeah, happy to hear all your
I
thoughts.
don't like Blank's hairdo today. I think it... Oh, sorry. Was I not muted?
Yeah, I mean, that's reasonable. Maybe. I don't
that's
think I'll
embarrassing.
change it, though. So, yeah.
Oh, well. It looks fine. I'm just teasing you.
Thanks.
It looks good.
I appreciate
You're always a good look. You're a good looking fellow. You are, Blank. We're gonna be.
Thank you.
We are going to be looking for some good looking gameplay though in our next couple of matches. Hopefully today in our triple bill of Erangel. And hopefully these teams can unleash the beast with Monster Energy, our official sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA. Blank, would you do the honors?
At www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Ooh, you had a bit of a pause after Monster Energy there.
It was
and
for
between the
effect.
.com. Okay.
It was for effect.
Effect isn't playing, I don't think. Oh, no, is he playing in this region anymore?
Yes, absolutely.
Have I just completely forgotten who's playing?
He's on Team Spirit.
Oh, yeah. Who was I thinking of?
I don't know.
I have no idea. Goodness me. Anyway, Effect is playing, and he's playing today.
He is, indeed, playing today. I don't think we got Zerich.
That's exactly who I was thinking of.
Well, there you go. Helped you out.
From Mad Bulls. And,
It is a little bit unfortunate to have Zerich, actually. Shall we see what he's up to?
Yeah, what's Zerich doing?
I will have the answer for you in approximately 1 second.
Okay. Hopefully.
Currently, he's still on the old Mad Bulls.
He might be. I think he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's playing over in the CIS region, right?
I believe so. I mean, that would make sense. They did have... Yeah, he's been playing with the Mad Bulls, but they haven't been placing super well over the last few months by the looks of things. We're just looking up the results. Let's focus on players that are actually in this tournament. Effect, his previous teammate is indeed with Team Spirit. You can see there, here are the stats, their averages being displayed for you now. And it's a little bit low, I think, for Team Spirit. So far, it's under 1 average elimination for Kitsune. 446 damage though per match for Nomi. This guy was on fire week 1. I believe this is across all of week 1's matches as well as today. Our one game that we've had. It would be difficult to get an average of about 1.5 eliminations per match on just one match. So I don't think that that's the case.
Yeah, it would be pretty difficult, but nothing's difficult. Everything's made very simple with the INFINIX GT20 Pro, which you can stand out with, who is our official smartphone sponsor here at the PMSL. I'm Simpy for the INFINIX G20 Pro.
Imperium was casting the prelims, wasn't he? He was crossing the qualifiers.
Call Imperium Simpy. That's uncool.
No, that is a bit. I'm sorry. That was a bit mean. A little bit of a shuffle back there from the Moneymakers.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're heading into the game very shortly. Headphones on. Good side.
Ooh, lock in. Onyx Ravens.
These pillows, man, they look real comfy.
I need to get me one of those. I think that would improve my gameplay almost as much as having an INFINIX GT20 Pro, but... You know, we can't have everything. I'll take the pillow
Not
first.
Quite. Yeah, I'll take comfort first, cool phone second.
I think
we get a pillow sponsor on the show.
Ooh, that'd be interesting. Yeah, I'd go for that.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Our official pillow sponsor. This could be you guys. If you make pillows, I could be shouting out your pillow right now.
Sponsored by Down. The duck feathers. Just the concept of it, not an actual company.
But I don't like them. It's scratching.
You don't. Oh, okay. Real feather.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah,
Are you
cool,
quite a
cool.
sturdy pillow guy? Are you like you want a breeze block under your head?
So I have I've got a bit of a memory foam pillow, but it's
Ooh.
got a gelled exterior on one side for maximum coolness during sleep.
That sounds awful.
It was an expensive pillow.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
And mainly it gets tossed on the floor.
That's that's an interesting technique to be sure.
Yeah,
Maybe.
it's good though. It's great for the first couple of days.
Do you think? Okay.
The
that's
novelty
fair.
fell off.
Yeah, I feel like it
being
is one of those.
cold
Isn't
when
it?
you go to sleep.
It would be great if like a hotel supplied that sort of pillow, right? Like if you go stay in a hotel and it's like, oh, this is cool for the first few days, and then you leave and then it's still cool the whole time.
Yeah, novelty was never wore off.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's what you want. Shortly heading the match, it looks like players are getting into gaming position. Or we kick things off over on Erangel. Got RCB on your screens. Doing a lot better actually in terms of getting towards that end game. And I just have had confirmation from our wonderful production team that the game is now ready to go.
Excellent.
Which
Excellent
means
news.
20 seconds. Game is imminent.
Incoming game. Stand clear of the opening game.
Game soon.
Please
Stand back
mind the
from
gap between the previous game and this game.
That's right. I reckon you could do a good train voice.
Yeah, absolutely.
The voice of the train.
I know every single announcement on every single train in London. And
I
that
don't
is a
understand.
lie.
Stop getting on the trains now. Too expensive.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you just get your helicopter everywhere, right? Regnum Kaya
That's right.
for
Actually
Esports
cheaper.
still. Yeah, might be. RCB still at the top of the tables, despite some slightly different gameplay. 61 points at the top. Power, though, bringing up that second place right now with 56 before we go into the next game. Team Spirit yet to really get out of the blocks. Of course, only one match played, but they are the highest scoring team in Group B right now, as it stands.
Wow.
With
Look
3
at that.
points.
Shining trophy. All the lights that it had on it. You didn't see it, you missed it. You blinked for a second, you missed it. It was there, I promise.
I believe you.
It was all lasers and stuff going on. It was crazy.
I think you're
It's
telling
a
the
shame
truth.
you missed it, actually.
Milter Power from the southeast side, the plane path will begin. We're going up towards Severny. So Primorsk may be a little bit difficult for the moneymakers to get down towards. See if they go for a backup drop. And are we going to see a hot drop as well onto Twisted Minds or onto Yasnaya? Are they going to return? 3D Max saying no. We're going to go out and maybe head to Novo by the looks of Narvalo's parachute path. Maybe drop a little bit shorter, but head out towards Milter? Maybe. That might be on the cards. Seems like, yeah, Narvalo giving them the option, but Brute Force are way ahead of this one.
Yes, straight down there. Immediately. No hesitation. But we are seeing a lot of teams jumping out nice and early over towards the season side. Does get a little bit contested. S2G heading up towards Yes. 3D Max over towards where Heroic is currently playing, around Milter and Milter Power. So since their departure from Yaz, they have been, trying to find some room at the inn around this region of the map. Most of the time, the inn is closed, as it is right now. This is a difficult rotate for them as well. Right on that edge, you've got Na'Vi, Team Spirit, Heroic in this area to get through. Not to mention all the teams towards that northern side. So for 3D Max, difficult rotate for them. On the other hand of things, NIGMA Galaxy in Pachinki should be thinking about grabbing some loot and then getting a move on.
Could be
An opportunity arises for you, NIGMA Galaxy. It's time to grasp it.
Oh, unfortunately, opportunity for a hot drop for 3D Max again. This time, Robs, though, opens well, hops over for a second as well, but gets turned on. That is not going to be ideal at a long wall and a long crawl. A short stop is all too close around the corner. However, the rest of Heroic not looking too hot in this fight. Hassan, last to stand for them. Narvalo wants the challenge. Knows he's right close by this wall. Up on the corner. We'll have to hop out. Hassan steps out, goes for the spray. Position given away, and Narvalo has a little bit more to say, but Victor's there to put him in the dirt. Heroic fall, but at the cost of Robs. 3D Max will play on as 3.
Yeah, not bad though. I think that's still a result, right? You know, you're not dropping in your usual spot. Team Spirit seem to be targeting Moneymakers. I mean, Moneymakers have caused them problems in the past when it comes to some of their rotations, locations around the map in terms of those third parties that come through. So weaken them nice and early. They're on Sanhok and now again here on Erangel. Bit mean, but gets the job done.
Sure
oh, no way.
Whoa, okay.
The headshot mid-air.
Iron
with
sights.
the barrel.
That's kind of nuts. That's kind of nuts.
That was nice from Kitsune.
I mean, and there's nothing you can do about it, right? Like, other than have hit the ground already, like have dropped earlier. You've already made that decision. You've already made that play.
Yeah, I mean, it was the perfect thing to pick up at that point in time, right?
Blasts him away. Good to see.
100 damage on the headshot. Damn. Saucy. Football is chaos. Or towards the season side. Did have a good time yesterday, actually, but right now, not too much happening in the chaotic camp of chaos.
Chaotic camp of chaos? That sounds like an animation, like a kid's cartoon villain's hideout, right?
Oh, yeah. That should be on Cartoon Network.
Absolutely.
Every Thursday from 3:30 p.m. when you get home.
Oh, I see.
Till 5.
Gonna have my cheese string. Watch some cartoons. It's gonna be amazing.
Oh, the after-school cheese string. Amazing.
Is that an international snack? I feel like string cheese is a pretty international snack.
They're really dunkers. They were pretty cool.
True.
Back in day. Yesteryear.
They weren't really my cup of tea. I didn't really like the dip. So, wasn't for me.
The dip was awesome.
That was awful.
Put the cheese string in the dip. Now what? You've got cheese and cheese.
You've ruined a perfectly good cheese string. That's what's happened.
I think I've elevated the cheese string.
I think... You've like I'm some Michelin chef. Like, yes, this really elevates this cheese string.
Ooh, the umami. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Taking a look at the map right now. Elevation certainly going to be a little bit of a goal here over towards the western side. A lot of flatlands. You want to make sure you can get some kind of ridge side to play around with towards that end game. Power already in. There's some real big confidence, like an aura flowing off these guys.
A threatening presence, you know.
Can feel their Reiatsu from here. Any Bleach fans in chat?
It's the Sheffield Shokin again.
It's true.
I know you're not from Sheffield, but that's sort of vaguely in the Midlands, and that's about right. That's good enough for me. I'm from London.
I'm from Yorkshire, okay? Every time you say that.
Yeah, but it's the only one that's alliterative.
Yeah, true.
That's all I've got.
For some reason I was trying to say the West Yorkshire Yamurai. I was like, that's not right.
Yeah, no, it's not quite right. It's not quite right for the Falcons either, because it looks like the S2G squad has got their number. S2G a little bit further south from them as they try and leave Severny. The Falcons exit from there up in the north has not gone well for them. S2G will be able to catch a Falcon, put it in a cage, put that point away for later.
It's so amusing watching some of S2G's rotates because they are really good at capitalizing off the back of everyone being really slow to rotate. Like every time, like they drop quite far from a lot of these circles, quite far from the zone. You know, Yaz drop, Paradise drop. Yet every time it seems to me that they're able to get looted and then rotate out before a team like Falcons who are in Severny. Makes little to no sense at this point in time. I'm tempted to even think that these are targeted pushes from S2G, and if they can capitalize on others' mistakes and make their rotating easier, which is what they're tending to be doing, you know, they clear out the teams surrounding these outer edges and then wait a little bit and find their entrance inwards. Effect will find pre-pod. There is potentially a response there, but not before I think Effect's going to get back in the vehicle. Some shots from Neos, but Wowzers. That's a lot of damage passed back.
Nearly going down. Still more bullets ringing out from Team Spirit, but they do not quite find the knock. So only the one onto pre-pod for Brute Force will be the loss they sustain in their engagement on the south side hills. That long ridge line of hills that sits just southwest of that farmlands compound is really, really capacitive. I don't know if that's the right word, but for a lot of players to be able to play there in a long stretch out, you can fit, I wouldn't say comfortably, but you can fit 3 to 4 teams on this sort of stretched out area. I don't think, I know RCB are in the compound there, are in that farmlands compound, but they're still on a 2-2 split, so they're yet to regroup.
Yeah, you slap the hood of the farms. This bad boy can fit so many teams in it.
I was so confused for a little bit. But yeah, absolutely. It is the family sedan of locations.
Correct. Next circle. Be down towards the south side. Further towards Quarry. And you know what? Moneymakers are getting more and more shunted out every single day here, as teams are just unwilling to give up these spots so easily. And I think that the Moneymakers are able to sort of get away with that playstyle in week 1, where they were just very fast to get towards these positions. I wouldn't say careless, but just speed over safety a lot of times, which was working out. But I think that, like you say, a lot of these rotations, a lot of these plays are being downloaded into the database, and now have been used against the Moneymakers, the Agent Smiths of PUBG Mobile.
Other teams playing digital judo with their strapbook right now, using their opponent's force against them.
Got you in
flipping them.
Viral headlock.
Oh dear. I'm going to put you in a binary chokehold. Let's go.
Power taking shots down towards Virtus Pro. It's not a bad compound, this one that Virtus Pro has, but there's really good overlooks onto it, so you sort of have to just sit inside your building for quite a while. It is extremely central, so you have to consider the fact that peeking out the window is not a great idea. A lot of teams will be looking at this one.
S2G were able to cut Falcons down a player. Looks like Neos wants to go one step further, take the rest of them out as well, trying to line up onto Ragnar, but not going to be able to find the shot. Satan crawls on in. They can get this res, but Gaith not quite there for the backup. Brute Force not wanting to flex out too far. They want to maintain high ground around the opening of the bridge. It's right on the edge of the circle, though, so sequestering yourself into that edge might prove to be maybe quite a dangerous decision for Brute Force.
I think it's one of those decisions that's born of necessity, though. They were forced off by Team Spirit quite a bit there, and even so, Team Spirit's still crushing them in. Like sardines in a can down towards that bridge.
Team Spirit actually moved into the farmlands compound. I thought ICB had it, but there was only a duo there, and it seems like they got spooked. Left that location, regrouped up north. And now Team Spirit have got control of that farmlands compound, as well as having outposts in the hills to the southeast of it as well. So a decent position being attained right now for Team Spirit. Those hills across the way, though, a really nice area for teams like Gladiators on that north side compound. And actually, maybe that shift from RCB back over to the compound on the north edge is going to have paid off here, because look at that shift.
Yeah, that is beautiful. Gives you a lot of agency within the circle now. 3D Max over towards that eastern side. I don't think they've done a terrible job to get here. Not an easy rotate out from where they landed at the start of this game. Moneymakers, Na'Vi, likely to be battling things out right now. And here they are on your screens as shots start to flow on through. You do have DA as well, currently going up against the guys from S2G. Nade over towards the bottom side of the building, but Ray-Z catches them on unawares.
Unfortunately, though, he doesn't quite have the chops to take it all the way. Forces him outside and has to go for another trade, leaving him alone. Kelsey for S2G, last to stand. DA have got 3 players down, but they do have the potential to get up to a higher player count than S2G. With Hamzy in enemy territory as well, could be pretty difficult to get him back to his feet. Nico looking to try and stick that res. A Molotov in through the door, wanting to give avenues of approach towards Hamzy's position. A nade up top is going to take down a teammate. And Kelsey takes a tickle from the nade. A nade out towards the back. That could be good, but the cook's not quite there. Scarface doesn't go down fully, and Coldex doesn't get knocked. CEO later wants to keep that nade on in, and Hamzy regained on the ground for S2G.
Yeah, that's a curious little play there. Immediately up the stairs, look for the res whilst the delay comes through, and this is all just causing problems right now for DA. Luckily, there is one knock here. You find one. Player on the stairs, Coldex with the orb here. Kelsey jumps out the window, but a great hip fire spray. Now just one player remaining. Look to clean him out, but he's got the med kit. Now he's dangerous.
And through the door frame, looks for one spray. Is good for it. Nico has the challenge, and he peeks out just that little strafe, that little lean there, and he already had the headshot lined up. A spray down, and with it, S2G will go down on that northern side. However, a huge toll extracted from DA. They'll need to regroup. They're playing as 3 now.
Yeah, I think honestly, just shows the skill level players inside this lobby. I mean, Coldex predicted the lean and the crouch and the exact position at that range that the headshot would come through on. Very, very nicely done. Clean things up. Looked a little bit dangerous. A-Dope taken down by Kairos. Kind of didn't suspect the general direction. Got it right through the tiny little slit at the top of the shack. So, great first grenade from him. I don't think A-Dope expected him to be so accurate on the first throw.
It's pretty difficult to nail those, especially from behind a smoke. Another hard north shift. This is a weird one now. We've had a northeast hard shift followed by a northwest hard shift, leaving it a lot further north than these teams were maybe expecting. Looking around that Gatka area could be very valuable. The north side of the hill that occupies most of that south edge of the circle can also be very potentially strong. However, a lot of teams from that south side going to make it hard to hold early. So I like RCB's position still.
RCB not looking too bad here. When it starts to move further away, I mean, Chopsticks definitely a big open location. Power immediately moving over towards it, and Gladiators flowing round on the northwest side. We'll head towards Chopsticks 2. Got 3D Max trying to hang out towards that northeast edge, but yeah, a lot of open ground now, and a good timed approach from Virtus Pro, because I think they understood that, you know, you head towards that compound, over towards that south side, you're going to be seen by a lot of teams, but eventually now most of them will have moved out. More shots just exploding through here. Ali gets a little bit unlucky on the explode in the vehicle. Kairos can barely see it. Be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, Onyx Ravens have not impressed us in the way that they did at the end of last week, so I feel like I'm going to stop paying attention to them
Back to
again.
bullying them again until they're better.
It's time for some meanness, I think. That's going to be the mode going forwards against the Onyx Ravens. Here they are. Ooh. Maybe I have to take it back, because that's pretty nasty.
Yeah, that was clean.
That was very clean.
All right.
All right, I like you again. Good job.
I respect it. Well played.
Good job. Well done.
Like the production was like, wait, they did something cool.
Yeah, but
they did actually do something cool here.
Naomi, Team Spirit. Was that Naomi around the edge? Either way, they're lighting up 3D Max, who have had a bit of a scrap earlier on. Victor missing the early spray on towards Naomi, not getting the knock effect, suppressing him, and he's got happy feet behind the car. Unfortunately, though, Kitsune's downhill. And we know how slick he's looking this match. Able to take a player out of a parachute earlier on in 3D Max. To be down to just Snoix on that forward position. To be left alone now as the knock on the back lines almost certainly confirmed at this stage.
Yeah, it's honestly quite a nice little approach there from him to pick up that elimination. Nice to see. Spirit, though, start to move out. I mean, Kitsune's just been given a lot more freedom within this team to just do those cool little moves. Skid drive-by. RCB, you got Silas out off in the distance. Bit of a dangerous play here, John.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I feel like Silas should be thinking of regrouping, especially hearing those vehicles driving around. I guess you don't think anyone's going to crest that ridge, right? You don't think anyone's going to go on through from that side, because if they try and take the fight with Silas, the rest of RCB can just light up that entire ridge line. Still, it is a little bit dangerous, and I do agree with you. I'm going to be looking for that regroup, and I think he's just hopped in a buggy to change his location. Going to be rolling back down the hill. Next circle, just about to come through as Vigors under pressure from Coops with the nade. Perfect.
Passes it through. Yeah, it's beautiful from Coops, that. Now this guy hits some really good grenades. Circle pops, and it's fantastic news for RCB. Heads directly away from Chopsticks, so no one can find Sanctuary in there just yet. Ralph's just taking the spray, and Lufa will happily clean that one up, but not before Leif starts to send in some grenades of his own behind this tree here.
Ooh. Ralph gets away from that.
Duds.
It's just Lath now for the Onyx Ravens, but he gets spotted. NIGMA Galaxy take him out, and they are up to 6 eliminations here, with 4 of them going over to Coops. Virtus Pro on their northwest side, playing as 3 right now. Losing a player, and Power wants to take more from them. Power on that northern side, they moved into those Chopsticks early on the south end of it, and they are still alive as 4. We've been generally quite impressed with Power so far in this week's games. We'll see if they can keep that impressed nature in the judging panel, or are they going to take a dip?
It's sort of interesting from NIGMA Galaxy, a bit more of a clearing play style here. Team Spirit, though, move up towards RCB. They do lose Nomi on the approach, but there's a nade coming in from Effect over towards that top side. Bounced on the door. It's amazing through the door there. The shrapnel does a lot of work, and Nomi's like, I'm going to crawl away from where all the explosions are coming through right now.
Good decision. Wild out of the window. And once more, Team Spirit displace RCB from their compound. It looks like they're just sending them in as a scout party and saying, oh, you guys have got that? Cool. We'll be there in a minute. See you guys in 5. And that's what has happened twice now. Wild pushed away. Team Spirit has 4. 6 elims.
Yeah, a bit of almost a DoorDash on the compound delivery. And Team Spirit get themselves a really strong position, so some mega confidence there. Just be like, look, we'll happily take that one off you. We understand this is probably one of the most valuable compounds, and there's little to no teams around this location. We know, we checked, so let's just take the isolated 4v4, and I think that, you know, does take a team to understand their own strengths to do that. Try and claim a chicken dinner in the palm of their hand.
Gladiators.
Right now, though,
yeah, not super
Gladiators
happy.
suffering.
It's been difficult. Power have crunched them in. They tried to pincer onto Virtus Pro, and it was successful, to be fair, with NIGMA Galaxy playing as that other side of it. But Power, we know how they like to sweep out around these edges. We know how they like to engage on these and just play the pressure game on these third-party situations. And it's working out for them yet again. They are only on 2 limbs, but they've got a lot of control over the hills on the south edge.
Ralph and Coops sending nades over the top now towards Footballists. They want to clear out that south side, gain a bit more ground. It's a 1-for-1 trade there, but onto Coops is not ideal. Definitely the best player on the squad, followed very closely by Lords. So still doable. Kairos takes a heavy hit. Lufa stands up. It's hardly anything for it.
And pushing up he goes. Kairos, wary of the angle, knows Lufa's hit the deck there. Knows he can't possibly be any further back. Knows the angle. Ralph, though, coming up against the hip fire spray from Kairos, and Lufa forced off the angle. Lord has a challenge, and here comes Power, finally looking to wade into this fight. They've heard enough. They're saying, you know what, this is done for, guys. We're just going to come and pick up these points. Vidan sails out into the blue to try and stay alive here. It's just Coops remaining for NIGMA Galaxy as Lufa has gone down. Kairos wants to help his teammate get back up into his feet. Vidan has gone down in the meantime for Power, but I think that should be risible as NIGMA Galaxy fall.
Yep, full-on rundown. The very slow engagement there coming through from NIGMA Galaxy. Little to no refrags on the side of Coops, which I think should have been possible. And Lufa goes in for a little bit of an overzealous play. Doesn't get too much done with it. It felt like he was in between going in for a knock and also retreating. Gladiators get themselves out of dodge after all that fighting does slow. Team Spirit on the southeast side, incredible compound to play around with here. Should be a decent win for them, so long as they're able to take those shots over towards the teams that are still incoming. And already, Docker Machine gets laid low on the sidelines.
2 players now for KAOS and Power have managed to extract quite a lot of value from these hillsides. They were looking a little bit sparse on the eliminations, but they've managed to rack up 6 now. Fairly evenly spread as well. This is the power that just having those consistent pressure plays gives you. A rundown for Easy to pick up the Nox player, and it's just Kairos for Foot left. Biding his time, waiting for someone to crest the ridge, but I don't think it's going to come. The circle going out into the fields.
Fidan gets taken down by the Gladiators, in fact. Exploding the vehicle here would be disastrous, so just locking and loading here the bullets into the magazine to try and get the explode on that one as they attempt to heal back up again. AZ also under fire within his small shack, and the rest of Power needs to regroup. Easy on the back lines here. Does just about get in towards the circle. Won't go much further than that.
Ooh, takes a bit of damage there. Actually spots Matic in the Gladiators, losing one of their pair. Not fully just yet. Might be able to get the res if they're lucky, but Effect also has that angle. Kairos going down to Nomi from Team Spirit.
Naomi
leaves their high ground rooftop position. Super, super powerful on the southeast side here. Nobody can move without their say-so.
RCB Wild. This is the guy I was about to talk about. Real problematic location, but immediately he is spotted. But Naomi fully flushed out by that nade. Does hurt the chances of Team Spirit off the back of that one. That is frustrating, to say the least.
They knew he was there, though. They took this compound, and they know that RCB can't have gone far. So might have needed to check the undergrowth a little bit better. Unfortunately, though, they do lose their player. They are on 3 now. 9 eliminations, however, and the rooftop high grounds. They know that Power are going to have to move. They know that Gladiators are going to have to move for them. It's only DA that is the big threat in this area. In the meantime, Snowix is still surviving out in the open on the east of this next circle in a shack of his own.
Yeah, MVP from yesterday continues to put up a good performance now. Scarface will find Matic. This is DA's duo. We'll put in the work. I think Team Spirit is trying to milk that high ground as much as possible down towards that south side, but it is really running dry now in terms of value. Tsune popping off the single shots, but so much better and easy.
Yeah. There's not much you can do about that, other than, I guess, not be out in the open. Although it's very difficult. With the move they have to make, you could have gone to that hay bale, potentially. A bit more dangerous, but you don't expect someone to be hiding out in this shack for that much longer. Scarface finds AZ, and the Gladiators will fall with him. A decent showing, but only 3 elims for the Gladiators, so not the most points to be added to the tally there. Digital Athletics with 6 right now. Power with 8. Team Spirit with 9 eliminations. So it's been a lot heavier for some of these other teams.
Yeah, still a lot of eliminations up for grabs towards the end here. I think for Team Spirit, the main thing they've got going for them is they will have a lot of utility. I'm imagining the reason Effect moved out over towards that western side was to pick up the remaining grenades on Naomi, the resident grenadier of the party.
Kante going to have to move now. The vehicle not giving him the cover. Steps out into the blue to get across and behind the shadow of that hay bale. But Kitsune has an off angle into his teammate. He should know exactly where Kante is, though. I'm surprised that he's pre-firing on that one. No, there it is. That's the right hay bale. The ping came through. Now Hadji bleeds out. The point, again, going to Team Spirit. Here's the spray. And Kante, yeah, you're not going to get past that one. The volley of bullets just too strong. Punches him straight in the face. And his jaw spun to the dirt. 11 points now on eliminations for Team Spirit and a player advantage.
Power still another reasonable result from them, though. 12 points at the end of the game. Snowix biding his time here. The nade in hand over towards that northeast side. I think Team Spirit can similarly do the same. They're a bit more fluid with the vehicles they still have in possession, whereas DA are going to have to slowly push their way in. Out into the open as well, John. This is not the most fun positions.
Certainly not treacherous, to say the least. Nades going long from Kitsune. Not quite reaching the mark, though. Answers attempted, but again, falling short. Not quite able to go the distance. You see they're about 2/3 of the way there. Don't think they're quite in nade range.
I suppose it really depends on how many nades Team Spirit currently have, right? Because if they've got absolutely loads of them, because they've been able to save them all game, and they just start tossing a few of the supply right now, making DA believe that they're much closer than they are with these smokes that Kitsune is throwing in front, you're actually depleting their grenade supply quite heavily by doing this. If anything, I think that is very purposeful indeed.
Scarface still has 4, though. And Nomi only has 1, but 3 Molotovs. Kitsune pushing a little bit closer. He wants to get into nade range. 2 nades in hand. But there is an answer almost immediately. He's going up high, forces the reposition. Nomi ready to go for that crossfire. Snoix is still there. And at the moment, I feel like he's looking more towards DA. He's got that side swipe. They're looking right at each other, but Coldex and Scarface really don't have anywhere to go from behind this shack. The circle is closing. The final circle, indeed. And Snoix is going to have to leave, maybe looking over towards DA to get an elimination or 2, and maybe a placement point.
More nades sent over towards the top, and now Kitsune's move forward.
There it is.
Decent one. Should finish off the job. Very, very well done. Love that play from Kitsune, man. That's how you use smokes. Now just Snoix remaining. And Effect finishes him off real easy there. I think that should be up to 14 eliminations at the end of the game, potentially.
Pretty hefty chunk of points for Team Spirit. A great rally after their first match on Sanhok, which only netted them 3 points. To see them turn it around like that, really great stuff. And this is why everybody has thought of this team as very, very strong right from the start. They're always just gonna have that potential. It was pretty brutal what they did to RCB during that match. They just constantly were just taking their compound. And sure, they took down Naomi on the off angle with Wild, but it's like, who really cares? They were able to do it in the end.
I think that's like that's when you start to see a team that could make it through towards a PMWC or a PMGC, right? It's a team that is happy to identify the strongest position of the circle, understand that they don't have control of it currently, but still challenge for it with just firepower. I'd be really curious to see a little recap of that ending as well in a replay at some point. With 24 points at the top, they're doubling second place of 12 on Power Esports. Just because those smokes from Kitsune, again, very purposeful and kind of just crippled the economy coming through from DA. And then he just allowed them to send a ton of grenades into that front smoke whilst he sat behind it. He went to the end game and he actually switched positions over towards the front smoke afterwards. And you could see DA then throwing grenades over the top towards the back smoke that he'd been sat in for such a long time. So it was a really good fake out. And in the end, he's able to get a really clutch grenade through over towards their positions they attempt to get in. So for Kitsune, again, big brain player.
And how about that solo survival from Snoix on 3D Max as well? He was alone for a long, long time after having the rest of his team taken away from him on the northeast side. Rotated in quite hectically and was able to just kind of live it out, had the shack going for him, but got all the way up into second place. Pretty intense stuff. Here's the damage numbers, and look at that, 2.7k on the game. 14 eliminations. Team Spirit definitely liking this Erangel.
Yeah, really, really nice. For Snoix, it's sort of funny for 3D Max. It feels like you join 3D Max and you sort of inherit the superpowers that once were on the team. Now, Valo, we used to call him the survivor. Snoix has absorbed those powers now and will go for the survival plays himself. Let's take a look at the overalls and see how things stand out now.
towards the top, it will be Power. They have taken the throne for the time being. RCB in that second place. 3D Max up there in third. They've managed to keep that pace up. Good stuff from them to overtake S2G as well.
Yeah, I think for S2G getting 55 points, but for 3D Max being third place is a bit of a surprise, honestly, a bit of a surprise, and very much down to Snowex consistently getting these late game finishes for the team. That and the fact that they seem to be a lot more comfortable with these early game rotates, which I think they were definitely struggling with for a while. Gladiators down to 5th place now. BEŞİKTAŞ dropping quite firmly out from that top 3.
They are only on 6 matches played, though, remember, so they aren't playing today. We saw them drop down quite a bit. 51 points on a day, a very solid result. Not too many teams were able to equal that in the first week, so keeping up those averages will be good. The question for me is, where are the other six teams right now? 9th for FLUX on 48. Again, very consistent, solid result. Not the same story for Twisted Minds or IWNRX, however. Team Spirit. They managed to jump all the way up right on the cusp of overtaking Twisted Minds on that 27 points total on the 24-point game they just saw.
Yeah, all the way over towards a nice little result for themselves. I think they'll be super happy with that one. I mean, you look over towards Team Spirit, they've, what was it, 2 games now?
Yeah.
On top of IWNRX's 6. Really ridiculous.
Brute Force were in the bottom 4 there on all 8 matches played, which is quite spectacular, really. When you think of it, it's genuinely quite impressive to not have been able to get that many points so far. Brute Force definitely not playing up to the standards we expected from them for the first week. A lot of things changing into this week. I'm all here for it. Not for the next few minutes though, because we're going to go on a break. We'll be back with more Erangel.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added 2 new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
we are going to continue our adventures here at the PMSL EMEA, moving into match number 3. We've had our first Erangel, and it was a team spirit conclusive victory, I think it's fair to say, bullying RCB the entire time for daring to be at the top of the tables when they're not near it. So they were able to just take out compound after compound that RCB held and take control of the match. This time around, though, they'll have another crack at it. S2G, last game didn't really do too much there, but over the course of today, we've been really impressed with the strength of their rotations.
Yeah, I think for S2G, they're playing the long game, right? You know, I think this is the type of thing that will give them a decent amount of bonus points coming to the finals and a consistent approach to the finals as well. You might have a case where one team just absolutely pops off come those 3 days, in which case the approach doesn't work out so well. But in terms of the numbers game, I think S2G's approach is pretty decent. And they're slowly but surely figuring out teams and their rotations and how to go about it.
SBG, sorry, not SBG, goodness me, 3D Max wants SBG. This time around, playing as 3D Max, they are pretty successful so far in their first few days. They're playing up in that 3rd place overall, which is certainly better than that first week. We saw Snowick surviving for a long time to help them get up there in those points, but still, they've been taking a lot of fights, and I feel like they've been quite successful on the most part today, which has been nice to see. The French team starting to turn up the heat a little bit and scrabble around towards the top side. But at the moment, it's a surprise entry at the top of the tables. Power Esports being in that first place on the overall standings with some really solid plays coming out over the last few days.
Yeah, I think if you look at what they've been able to do so far, it has been very, very interesting and honestly very good overall from this team. I'm happy to see it from Power. There's been some good plays from them. Yeah, it still shows here and there some of the lack of experience that they have, but between week 1 and week 2, considering where this team's come from, they have been able to upgrade a lot in a short period of time, and I think they're going to continue to do pretty decently coming into the last few games of the day, off on a high. If Al-Haji can wake up, that is.
That's right. He's got a counter monster there, I'm sure, and he'll be able to unleash the beast with it on this match, hopefully. We'll have to wait and see. I think at the moment, though, it's not just Al-Haji fragging out on this team, right? They've got plenty of power laced through that roster. Laced through their phones as well. The GT20 Pro, the official smartphone, PMSL EMEA. That all of these players are playing on at this tournament.
Heading straight into this one. Over from that north side, down towards the south. 3D Max once again switching up their drop spot here. Trying to figure out a location to call home, really, for these guys. I think North Georgia were able to control it pretty decently last time. So this will do. On towards the center of the map, S2G dropping out. Looks like they're going to go long over towards Yaz this game.
Plane path still yet to go over Military Island, but that North George area with Onyx Ravens, 3D Max sharing it could be treacherous. So we'll keep an eye out there. I'm also looking at Moneymakers and Power dropping close by on that split. Moneymakers lost a player right off the bat with Team Spirit. Kitsune able to land some crazy shots. Oh dear. That is a military circle right there. Still potential for it to go back to the mainland, but it's very likely that we are going to end up on that military island. There is not a lot of land that the next circle can pop on, I believe. So it's going to be a high percentage that we're going over to that military.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of water involved right now, down towards that south side. So players will have to get a bit of a move on. They're playing up towards that northern edge. I'm sure it should be okay for at least a few of these teams. It's always that glut over towards that northwest side, John.
Yeah.
You know, your Heroic Gladiators, Onyx Ravens, and 3D Max all trapped in Georgia Pole. And moving down from there, you know, you got a few teams to handle. So likely a late rotate either towards our eastern or western bridge for the majority of those teams there. Still need to make their way in.
I'm remembering the rotation that I called out as I thought quite intelligent previously, which was the swim from that northern shore to the compound that's in the middle of the beach on the northern edge of the military island. And at the moment, Team Spirit are in prime location to try and do that. I really liked that because there was a lot of engagements happening around the bridges, a lot of people trying to guard out those areas, trying to control those areas. But now, and which in effect left that central area completely unoccupied and undefended, going for an early swim across instead of trying to get across the bridge. I really liked it yesterday. So we'll see if Team Spirit are going to opt to go for that, or if they were watching that yesterday and are going to try and emulate that.
Yeah, I think that if you were watching yesterday, it's certainly something that you might consider here. And I think for RCB, like you say, it's going to be more difficult to make happen considering Team Spirit do play in this location. Yeah, the middle of the island currently nice and free. Be a pretty good pick-off, you know, in terms of statistics. You know, the probability of even getting a north or south side, it's good. It can work out. It can work out. And I think for when you're playing on that northern edge, there is a really, really good chance that you have a great game if you're able to play on that north side, control a lot of that space, and work from there. So, Team Spirit, potentially another good game on the cards for them. Might be calling things early, though, because there's already quite a few teams that have got onto Sosnovka already, with DA and NIGMA Galaxy entangled with one another at the moment.
Could be a little bit messy here. Falcons, they're going for the east bridge. On the other side of it, Na'Vi trying to slow them down and sending them to their south point duo. Brute Force as well over towards Novo. Going to make this crossing very, very tough. Gaith moving through first. He's going to get lit up almost immediately. Neos doesn't quite take him down. He's going to divert him actually towards the rest of his team. Needs to be careful about the bridge though. Ragnar seemingly hopping out in the middle and going to bide his time now, but in comes Na'Vi. Sideswipe, and Neos goes down. 6, able to land those shots. Prepod not in position to get a knock-in response.
Oh, I'm not sure exactly what happened there for him, but tough stuff. Falcons over towards that bridge. Happy to hold off a few teams in that location. Team Spirit making that rotation like you talked about earlier, John. Straight over towards that north side. So, you know, this is a team that is great at adaptations. I mean, Kitsune was practically infamous for it. He went from a day 1 to a day 2, and it's a completely changed team. So, taking that knowledge, absorbing it, accepting when another team makes a good play, and then using it in your own wheelhouse. And I think that that's what makes a team really quite strong.
This is the thing, though. That play itself, that rotation, isn't super groundbreaking. It's the timing of the rotation that I really liked from yesterday. Obviously, moving from that north shore to the south shore, it's happened before countless times, but going for it early whilst other teams are fighting over the bridges, that's what I admire about it. They took boats instead of swimming, and it's obviously a faster way to do it. Although it does give the game away somewhat that you are in that compound when people see those boats littered on your shoreline to your north.
Yeah, exactly. You kind of understand roughly what's going on there. Falcons on their way out again. This area of the map pretty clustered at the moment, and you're right, yeah, it's that timing that definitely is the crowning factor within that play. A lot of teams don't make it early enough, and it's such a good way to avoid the absolute mess that is the east and west bridge. More than likely will become more and more meta in the future for teams that play around Farm and Pachinki.
Here's what I'm thinking. Are RCB going to try and make that play again as well? Are they going to try and backfill? Because Team Spirit have now left that compound. However, it is a little bit late to make that play at this stage.
Yeah. A little bit. A tiny bit
They're still
late
in
to go
Rosov
for it.
anyway. Freezer trying to slow foot KAOS down, but it's not really going to work. Everybody on this east bridge has just gone across. Like, no one's holding it. It's not gone well for anyone who's tried to hold it.
No. I think it keeps being a case of where one person holds it off, it goes badly. New person takes their place, that goes badly. I think we just need to accept that this is not the right play. I think it's the second time in a row on this island where Na'Vi has attempted to challenge NIGMA Galaxy for this position, and they were quickly and speedily handled after a third party, fourth party came through. So I think this time around NIGMA Galaxy is very swift on the approach to remove these players.
Kind of want to look for a disengage here. NIGMA Galaxy going very, very quickly into this fight. You know a lot of teams are going to be pushing into this area, and you are prime bait for a third party. I think Team Spirit was sniffing around. I'm sure DA, given a little bit longer, might have started to poke their noses in, but the fact that they've closed down the fight so early, great stuff from NIGMA Galaxy.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. And like, this is what we wanted to see from NIGMA Galaxy in this position, because it's been a fair few times. And again, they get the shift on the circle. This is what they're looking for. This is what they've desired for quite a while now, is to be able to hold this position. But again, I think NIGMA Galaxy has suffered from this approach where they'll grab a good spot and then not be able to handle the teams around them. And it's one of those things where, yes, one team rocking up on you, and then you're slowly dealing with it. Eventually, if you can win that fight, you can win that fight. But it's taking into consideration that other teams are likely to swarm that position. So it just compounds over time for NIGMA Galaxy, because they're not fast enough at dealing with those problems.
Power trying to roll up to Heroic, but it's going pretty poorly, leaving just Kante alive. Has got the SK-12, but it's not even going to do enough to Ragnarok to take one knock. Heroic completely dismantled Power on their approach. It looks like in the meantime, Brute Force did lose their last player. Was that... Okay, that was a knife flush, surely. Surely that was a knife flush. I'm pretty sure it was on Freezer. I think they'd already got that knock. But, they, oh no, they haven't fully taken them down. There's still Ado all the way out towards Novo for the roster. Loxy will find Heroic on the hillside, though. They were good against Power, but not so hot here. Onyx Ravens, though, might be able to turn it around against RCB on the Northern Shore. Still yet to cross both these teams.
Get the head in, yeah. Onyx Ravens hanging about. I think when I'm looking at the map right now, this position is pretty deadly. As I said earlier, 3D Max, John, are going to find it difficult, as were Gladiators, and they're all making these interesting approaches to getting towards the circle. I think 3D Max realize they need to slow things down. RCB, on the other hand, are thinking about attempting to hold out teams over towards this northwest side.
Are they?
But yeah, it's a pretty brutal circle to start things off.
I feel like RCB have gone north to not give the game away, that they're just going to send over and swim. It feels like a more likely kind of route for them, because, I mean, it worked out for them before, but like I said, there's not really that gap there anymore. Team Spirit littering the bridge guard right now, and hopefully they'll be more effective than other teams that have tried to go for it right now. Might be given the slip by it. If RCB... There's no way they go for the east bridge, right? It's zone 2. Might be possible.
Yeah, I mean, you're taking a bit of a gamble here. You will be able to get into it. You might be going a bit late, but you also have to consider the fact that there's probably so many other teams that have the exact same idea here. Sally takes just a little bit of time to vault over the edge. Needs to work on his acrobatic ability. Team Spirit, this is a pretty wild approach, right? You know, you don't take either of the bridges, you cross the water, and now suddenly you are bridge camping. Really, really cruel circle pop over towards the southwest side. Huge amount of it still over towards the water. We're probably looking at a 60-40 percentage in favor of the water here.
I'd give you that.
So very little space to play with.
It's really quite cruel. NIGMA Galaxy currently holding the top of that hill that sits on the east side of this circle. Incredible high ground that covers off the rest of this entire area. It's going to be very difficult to try and take them down unless you go for a full send up from that northern side. So if Team Spirit can conclude, or if Heroic can take them down on this bridge guard, maybe a chance to make it work. 3D Max as well, yet to go for this rotation. 3 teams have just tried to cross on the eastern bridge, by the way. Virtus Pro mounting up from Milter, still out in the blue at this stage. So We'll have to see if they're able to make anything work. NIGMA Galaxy, though, they're pretty happy on this high ground.
Yeah, NIGMA Galaxy will be getting a lot of value off the back of this game, John. And again, already up to 4 eliminations after they spotted out with guys on Na'Vi. Again, this is what I sort of imagined happening. You make a decision so late like this, John, is that you're likely to run into a lot of other teams over towards this side. I think if you're over towards that northwest island, as soon as you see this pop, you need to get a move on. Even if you see the pop down towards Sosnovka, you need to give up the ghost on your position, even if it means moving into Sosnovka with little to no ammunition.
Furia
You just have to go for it.
pulled out a little bit early there. Did take some damage from the spray, but got the rundown in the end. Malloy trying to open up to AZ. Milky Way, though, the only one to stand tall on the angle. Tixi, backline, looking to try and hold down the angle, keep his teammates safe. Matic is down. AZ likely to get flushed here. Unlikely that he gets res out in the blue. Stage 3, he's already done for now. Matic might be going that way soon. Milky Way gets the heal off behind the vehicle and sends Frozen down into the water. Tixi on the back line for Gladiators, the last to stand up. And Virtus Pro may just be able to get back to 4 here. It's stage 3. Corker needs a red soon.
Goodness me, John. This is absolute chaos over towards the Eastern Bridge. So many problems coming through off the back of this. 3D Max, though, they took the slow approach and looks to cross at the very tail end of stage 3, which is dangerous.
He's going to stop. He's going to try and take the fight. Tixi with a last stand for the Gladiators. Wants to find Malloy, wants to find Furia. Spray down towards Malloy, tags 1, hop into the backseat, and immediately Malloy handles business. Beautiful little switch out there. They expected it. They saw that vehicle parked up. And they knew what was waiting in their way, but they've got a long distance to travel now. And look at the team sending in.
Dear me, this is intense now, John. Over on the circle. I mean, Virtus Pro, like you say, it's a long journey now on stage 4, which is going to really hurt. It'll eat into their supplies too to make this happen. Circle is kind enough to shift back in towards that mainland. Team Spirit rock up over towards 3D Max. Starts off incredibly well. The rest of the team is super low.
They got an opening knock that was rezzed against 3D Max, and now they've managed to find another one. Unfortunately, though, a lot of damage sent back on in, and potentially a flush onto Kitsune. Hopping out, not Valo, looking to control the wall vault. That's dangerous. That's bold, but Nomi still goes for it. Pays the price. And Effect wants to try it himself. It's not Valo to find him, and now the backlines need to be held down. It's just Naomi on the outside. 1 versus 1. Robs versus Naomi. Nades being cooked. Robs is closer to going up, and it is out towards Naomi. Bouncing on in. Robs doesn't quite hit. Naomi now making the mad dash out in the open ground. Robs spotted, and long distance might just play spoiler to it. It is going to, and DA will be the ones to take down Team Spirit, and Robs might just be going that way too. Yekta has the angle. Scarface there for backup, and once more from distance, it's DA to shut it all down on the northern side.
Yeah, Team Spirit gets, let's say, a little bit too trigger happy over towards that north side. I think when you've got a team that waits that long heading towards a circle, you just try and find a position further towards the center. I think that Team Spirit had a lot of opportunities to head up towards that western edge. I mean, with DA so incredibly split right now, there's huge potential to at least get some form of cover, some kind of ground over towards that western side. And I think that the best way to describe that play coming through from Team Spirit was greedy.
Not necessary for them to try and take that one. I feel like if there's a play for FUT KAOS right now, it's to try and take the high ground from Coops and Lufa as a full 4. And I think that Ralph has smelt that somewhat. No, he's not going to go all the way up there. Instead, we're going to stay together with Lord as Razi's given them trouble behind the monster truck. And in go FUT KAOS. You can see they've established Kairos on that northern edge. They'll move in with a pincer, and already a knock from Falcons down the southwest compound.
NIGMA Galaxy taking a couple of shots themselves. Still holding on to the high ground.
If I had to go for a prediction right now, I would say DA are in the best spot. with that hill out on the west edge. A lot more conflict over on the east side. I feel like it's a really solid little hill that they're playing on. They've got cover from that high ground. Teams on the south are going to face off against each other. No one's going to be able to move towards them, really, and not go unpunished.
It's a difficult one. Everywhere looks pretty bad within this circle, right? You can't really confirm over towards that compound on the north side just yet. It's a miracle that Virtus.pro have made it this far into the game, honestly. After they're able to get at least 2 players in, 7 eliminations. Now, NIGMA Galaxy have a strong compound to play around with. Over on the west side, 4 players too. DA are forced to crunch their way across towards that eastern side. Still have some hard cover around this area, but I think they realize they need to just send it for the cliff face.
Yeah, I think that's one of the few reasonable places that you can hold off against the northeast side here. Falcons in their compound, though. They might be turning up a treat here. A shift across as the Moneymakers try to move into DA territory as well. I need 2 of their players there to handle it. Ah, it's down the hill. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. That nade, ooh, that could have been a bit dangerous for them. But DA still holding on with their 2 players around these cliffs. Bit of hard cover on the terrain. Is NIGMA Galaxy still playing as one, playing as a unit?
Yeah, and I mean, this is reasonable. Far too many times we've seen NIGMA Galaxy split up as a squad and not be able to do too much with it. DA looking to clean out the remaining members there from the Moneymakers, who have just taken the L here on the approach inwards. Not having a great week so far are the Moneymakers, not able to find those same openings last week, and I think that's because a lot of teams have started to locate where the cracks are in their armor. I've been slamming away in the smithy, iron those out.
Zachariah swimming might be able to make landfall, but no, DA have spotted it. They're taking shots out that way. They know there's a player behind them. They won't be caught unawares by it. The top of the hill for FLUX KAOS. 4 players alive. Might be able to take some down shots towards NIGMA Galaxy, who have this central building. Now it's starting to look up for them. 6 eliminations. They've been slowly climbing their way up these leaderboards as well. Now on 49 points before the match. See how many more they can accrue here. Try and keep up to pace with the teams towards the top. Because right now, that's a lot of the teams ahead of them have already gone down. Virtus.pro obviously still going after their pretty immense scrap over on that eastern bridge.
Yeah, I would say you're 100% right. It was a pretty immense scrap that we saw. The fact that they're here is pretty silly. I'm not sure for how long they'll be able to keep this one up, though. They do have that high ground with the ridge to play around on that side. DA gave it up because they knew that this position down towards the south here would have more longevity to it.
Moneymakers trying to make it hard, but Scarface finally spots Icy. Bishke down underneath as well. Zachariah, I think, has some cover from their high ground positions, but they do know that there's players out there. Nico holding on that ridge where you can get up. So it's that beach that they're trying to control. Nobody else really trying to force their way in. That is a great shift for DA right now. That is amazing to keep that cliff face in. For NIGMA Galaxy similarly, but Falcons might now be a threat. The difficulty for Falcons is that they can't really send straight to DA. They have to go around that little gap in the coastline and right past the broadside from NIGMA Galaxy, from FLUX KAOS. It's just a really tough position to make. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see the Falcons try and sweep north potentially and try and third-party FLUX KAOS if they try and go towards NIGMA Galaxy.
Yeah, if you are the Falcons right now, I think they were banking on hoping that the circle would head down towards the southeast, which is fair enough. Like, that would be an incredible position to hold, so you don't give it up. A lot of times, Sosnovka is just a numbers game. You try and play the percentages a lot of times. I'm still astonished by this on Virtus.pro. Up into the top 7 at what was... I think you said it, that's a hellish fight over towards eastern side. NIGMA Galaxy know they need to set their sights over towards this eastern edge. Coops takes a bit of a hit, but I don't think they need to be peeking this just yet.
DA shots over
Football is
Furia.
having to come down.
Cork are now the last to stand. The remnants of the fight. Foot Chaos. They've laid the smoke down now. Falcons should be clocking this. They should be looking out this way. I feel like it's their best opportunity. Opener up for NIGMA Galaxy over towards Foot. Chaos slows them down on the outside. Doka Machine wants to put nades back down range. You can see Ralph doesn't have any nades to play with here. Potentially the same story for some of the other NIGMA Galaxy players because they aren't answering. Lord has got one. He's going to cook it out. Lufa does as well. But it doesn't look like they know where Doka Machine is. They are just going to continually bombard these positions. And look at that. Falcons now moving up. They're ready. They're going to wait for Foot Chaos to pull the trigger and then descend on this fight. Nades pouring out through the windows. They were holding them in reserve. First shots over to Ralph. There is a trade. Ralph doesn't go down. Holds his angle. Lufa holds the door nice and tight. And will control yet another player. Kairos on the back lines. Now Ralph has finally gone down. Kairos getting burnt away. Lord breaks out wide. First knock is there. Now Falcons need to come on in. They need to take charge of this. They haven't managed to marshal their forces into the angle. And Heroic is going to take shots from the coastline. Falcons maybe waste their chance.
Yeah, again, great plays from NIGMA Galaxy over on that side. It was a fast engagement coming through from them again. They didn't beat around the bush at all. Made the fight a little bit more risky than it needed to be just to ensure that speed. They know better than anyone that this is a very easy third party to come in for. The Falcons just split their forces between the south and the north side. Weren't able to quite capitalize on it.
And now where do they go? They've got to make a choice. Do they just go for the 4v4 against NIGMA Galaxy? Or do they try and get around a really difficult coastline area where you know that DA are entrenched, where you know NIGMA Galaxy are going to have the side swipe on you? I do think it's a little bit of a dropped ball, but now DA are going to have to leave. NIGMA Galaxy 2. There's not too much to play around here, but NIGMA Galaxy going to try and set up some positions early. Demar wants to... No, he doesn't want to. I thought he was going to try and take some shots there, but no. Bides his time. Playing up to the rocks there. Some of the few small bits of cover going the way of NIGMA Galaxy quite early on.
Yeah, difficult for most teams down towards that south side. Circle is just absolutely brilliant for them. On top of that, they have to be really careful here and do this methodically, because if they do it right, there is a huge amount of eliminations available for them here to pad their score during this week, give themselves a buffer for the rest.
Ooh,
great
dear.
high ground usage coming through from them. Coops has a spray down, but he's not able to hit the shots. Finally gets one of them.
And two,
And the
and
rest of
three.
the team is put to bed.
Goodness me, that monster truck rotation. I mean, why didn't they do that before? You know, this is exactly the situation that comes from just being too hesitant. Falcons go down, they don't make the decision early enough, and end up trying to make that decision far too late. And there's just nothing you can do. NIGMA Galaxy just rack up 3 more elimination points, and they're out of the game.
This is good plays coming from NIGMA Galaxy so far. Honestly, probably one of their best games to date right now. A lot of those problems we saw from NIGMA Galaxy... a lot of those problems we saw from NIGMA Galaxy are being fixed rather quickly. I want to see more of this.
I feel like it is very much DA to look for these long-range third parties. You can see they've got the Mini-14s. It's what they've been doing. Every time I see them into these late games, it seems to be that they've just been fending people off, keeping people at distance, and playing pretty decently in that area. They haven't had the best results, though. So a chance now to convert, finally. Find a chicken dinner. Nico and Coldex, though, close together. And Scarface is out right close to the blue. He's not getting ticked by it, so he must have some sort of cover.
The Galaxy still just holding on. And I don't really have to do too much else because they have so much claim over the field ahead of them. This circle does make things slightly more awkward, but still have a lot of cover to work with. And to be honest with you, when you play down towards this south side, toward the cliff face, the worst thing that can happen is for you to be forced out into the open here because there is very little cover in front. The trees are pretty sparse. Hoops finds Scarface on the side. Lord of 8 eliminations on this match.
Wow. That's pretty intense stuff. Killing everyone. Indeed, NIGMA Galaxy, they took it as a personal affront that someone got a 15 elimination chicken dinner before. They say, you know what? We're going to do exactly the same here. They're looking for their last point now. Ralph hopping up, trying to style on it. Lufa is down. Nico trying to get something fancy done, but it's Lufa to find that knock, and the shots come on through. They roll it on in with Coops leading that charge with the MG3 to put the final nail in the coffin, and it's NIGMA Galaxy to take a 25-point chicken dinner.
Yeah, very nice game. I think it was up to 16, so a 26-point game there with 14 eliminations and the 2 elims to finish things off. But yeah, I think that might be our new record, John.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty strong. A little word from some of the... I believe that was one of the Arabic casters, if I'm not mistaken. Or was it one of the Turkish talkers? I think it was, yeah, one of the Arabic talent there. Just have a little word with NIGMA Galaxy, making sure that their praises were heard. And rightly so. They are definitely praiseworthy based on that game. Potential for it to have all gone wrong if the Falcons had pushed in at the right time. But Lord lining himself up in the limelight there. 8 eliminations, 878 damage, so it was deserved as well. It's not like he's pinching those limbs away from Ralph or anything like that. Definitely putting the shift in.
Yeah, very, very nice stuff coming through from NIGMA Galaxy. 26 points on the game there. DA able to get up a nice 14, clean 14, and then some very mixed results down the page now, just because it was quite, let's say, intense on those outer edges.
Yeah, it was pretty treacherous. A lot of bridge kerfuffles. I felt like something that we criticized Team Spirit for as well was taking a little bit too bold of an engagement that didn't go well for anybody. Potentially, they could have got a little bit further, and maybe they could have third-partied that engagement on to FUT KAOS and NIGMA Galaxy towards the end. And then you can see FUT KAOS on 3 points. If they'd have won out that fight, potential for them to have got so many more points, but they were denied. And it isn't going to go well for them. RCB, table toppers currently on 1 point. 0 points for Power as well. 3D Max not doing great. So still, again, just some really changed up dynamics coming out from all of these matches.
It's been a very big change up from a lot of these teams so far. We're going to change things up very quickly with a very quick break. And we'll be back shortly. See you soon.
It is time for the highlight of your day, blank. It is, of course, TDM coming up.
I love TDM
shortly.
so much.
Well, good, because there's one coming up for you right now where we will be witnessing a small happy bunny be absolutely demolished by 3D Max.
Yeah,
I'm
I
predicting
think it's... Yeah, probably. 3D Max challenging Twisted Minds. This feels like an easy $500, but you know what? Twisted Minds might pull out some from the bag. You never know. You never know.
I feel like I do know, though.
Probably.
I feel like I'm fairly confident that 3D Max are going to absolutely rinse Twisted Minds. I think, given Twisted Minds standing in the tournament, they've had a couple of good. They had a couple of good games, yes, the other day, right? Like they came, they played that Miramar into second place. They got a couple of points, but I don't think any of that was off the back of gunplay prowess. It was more sort of presented to them a little bit. They made the right decisions and they made some good calls, but they have absolutely been an underperforming team so far, and I don't expect much from them here.
Yeah, but we'll be getting to that TDM very shortly, and we will see. Actually, right now, there you go. Twisted Minds on your screen.
Not playing today, but they are being called back in for the time being. 3D Max aren't going to let them go that easy. You see, they are going to try and take this one to task as we go in. First to 40 or 10-minute timer. Who's ahead at the end of it? SnowX lighting it up for one. No trade.
Oh, the nades are back.
Ooh, you like to see it.
This is a change.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. I feel like nades do speed up the game somewhat.
Yeah, they speed up the game and it prevents unnecessary camping, which we saw a lot of. 3D Max already up to 3 eliminations so far. Dammy around the corner. Oh, we also have the sliding back into the game as well. Perfect. Look at this, guys. TDM's fun again.
They've added the mechanics back in. Okay, all right. Dammy going to be cooking up that nade over towards Robs. You're pretty close to it, but doesn't seem to get the elim. Takes him low. And then lighting up the sidelines. I do love that, where you just like get that little pop-up at the end. It feels satisfying, even if sometimes it's not best advised.
It's always more efficient.
Yeah. It looks really cool.
But it is fun.
It's so
that's
cool.
What TDM should be.
Spray down, Victor holding the angle. And there's the nade.
Oh.
Right on top of him. Slid right on into it. Home plate. Yusuf bounces back off the wall with that spray. And bounces Victor off that wall as well. As he pins SnowX to the wall on the far side.
That's some good shots. Oh, and the slide save. You love to see someone like that.
You could go for a little feigned death as well. It's like, oh, I'm on the floor. I'm dead, right? No, just kidding. I was sliding the whole time.
Ha ha! Good nades from Twisted Minds. So far, at least. 3D Max backed off into a corner. Thought this would be a lot easier.
Yeah, there's 2 points still in it. Avalo puts Never Alone to bed. Yusuf at range. Iron sights on the AKM there for SnowX. Not quite able to connect over towards Yusuf. He's doing fairly well. Interesting. Use of the AKM for 2 of the players from Twisted Minds. I think I've only seen 1 so far. Might be 2 for 3D Max. They're keeping that variation going. Keeping that ammo distribution there. Dammy trying to get the shots over to Narvalo, but it's not getting their way. Getting up on that block there for that level 3 armor is such a bait, which is why none of these teams are doing it. It's just going to go badly for you.
Into the pop on the grenade mid-air. Doesn't quite find it, though. There's a nice attempt. I'll give him that. Dammy, though, wanders out into bullets. Flying towards his face like angry bees. Twisted Minds trying to twist this game back on its head here and pull themselves back into the lead. But at the moment, 3D Max playing a pretty steady game.
SnowX, okay. Lining them up. There is. Oh,
that was cool.
Okay. That should not have been allowed to happen. 2 players are watching that angle, and he hops up for the level 3 armor. I said it was bait.
He's able to do it very quickly, though.
I mean, yeah, it was like the cleanest pickup I've ever seen, but unfortunately goes down almost too soon after to really make much use of it. 20-17 right now, 3-point advantage for 3D Max.
Sanhok has been doing some good work this match. Getting some good trade-offs. Yusuf slides back into cover. Rob's here. Just get a nasty grenade over the top. And does hit it. Ooh. Wow, very nice.
Oh dear.
Cleaning up house now is Mr. Robs.
6 points is the gap. And 3D Max are looking quite healthy. Damn it. Oh! Launching himself over there. I think there was some weird interaction with the geometry of the slope just to his feet. But he gets across nonetheless. Still that 6-point gap sits looming over Twisted Mind's heads. And it's not getting any smaller with SnowX landing a shot onto Dammy.
SnowX attempting to remain within enemy lines. Yusuf comes in for the full 180 spray. Doesn't quite get enough done though. 28 eliminations, so yeah, that gap is slowly increasing between Twisted Minds and 3D Max here.
Yeah, we're up to 9
10 eliminations to go. Yeah, 9 eliminations. It's a little bit waylaid now.
Ooh, goes even on that trade, still maintaining that 9 difference. Yusuf tries to slide and kicks out a leg under Narvalo.
That's a red card.
Yusuf goes down as Snow's traded off, but these trades are all good for 3D Max, right? All you need to do is just trade even, and it's going your way. Dammy keeps on going on through. They call him the ankle breaker. He's given them the swivel. 3D Max. Still, though, 6 points. Sit between them. 7 is what they need. Make that 5, because they've just racked up 2 very, very quickly. In brutal fashion. 11 eliminations for Victor so far. I think it was 10 for Robs, potentially, over on the other side. Yusuf pulling a shift, but the rest of them not quite keeping up. No, it was Victor and SnowX who are topping the tables for 3D Max currently, with 5 eliminations to go.
Mines. Dammy here. Oh. Send some shots in. Robs will fall. That lead is still there, though, which is very important for 3D Max, who have been playing this last couple of minutes very loose and fast, but 3 eliminations left to go as Victor looks for a few more. Nade bobbles out, doesn't get too much done, leaps up towards Jafar, and that's it. Wow, that's a lot of eliminations all at once. It will be 3D Max taking the victory. A little bit of a weird cabbage over towards Victor's hand, but Robs will get his high 5 in the end.
I mean, we kind of expected this result. Twisted Minds put up a pretty valiant effort in the mid-game, but later on it just kind of all got away from them. They tried to slide, and it's just a little bit too slippery. Like they hadn't got their cleats on.
Yeah.
Couple of high tackles coming in there. The referee had to get involved. It wasn't pretty.
I do enjoy that, Twisted Minds did look pretty proficient on the sliding gameplay, though. They've been practicing.
They were good at the sliding, not so much at the shooting while sliding, I feel.
Yeah, they looked really cool whilst losing.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah.
And if you're going to lose
in style.
Look good whilst
every time.
You lose it. Well, hopefully 3D Max will have maintained that power over towards the rest of the games today, because they unleashed the beast right now on Twisted Minds with Monster Energy, our official sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA. And where can they find out more about it, Blank?
www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. That was a pretty good one, actually.
I like that.
But we've just unleashed the beast, but we're going to put the beast back away just for a little bit as we head to a break. We'll be back shortly. See you soon.
اتوقع ان شاء الله الريجن راح يبدع بمثل EMEA.
بكل صراحه الريجن اللي اشوفه شوي خطر علينا ممكن يبدع هو الريجن التركي.
إذا جينا نطلع من هنا من جتكا، تعالوا هنا. إذا جينا نطلع من جتكا بيكون تيم عندنا هنا، لازم نروح نصفيهم من هنا. ايزي. اي فخلاص صفيهم تكون هذه الجهة كاملة لنا. نلعب جيم حلو. اي نلعبها مرتاحين يعني فيها. بعدين خلاص متى ما شفت سوني مكان نقدر نلعبها، خلاص بيكون ظهرنا فاضي.
صح.
نقدر نلعب أي مكان.
إن شاء الله ايزي مرة.
أيوة.
ميرامار ما في مشاكل صح؟
لا ميرامار ما في مشاكل. سانهوك بنلعب جست فايت.
ايزي.
وإن شاء الله ما نقصر في البطولة.
ما تضيع إن شاء الله البطولة بإذن الله.
إن شاء الله.
زين من تشوفون افضل فريق ممكن ينافسنا؟
الاخراج كلهم بشكل عام.
لا بس هم الاوروبيين بعد وحتى تماتنا عرب.
اوروبيين عليك انت تدبلهم حالك. ها؟ عليك انت تدبلهم.
نشوف ان شاء الله. زين من اضعف تيم تشوفونه؟
والله في تيم توستد وباور ايه هاي شيء كذا صراحه والله افشل تيمين
لا والله انا ما اشوف فيها انا ما اشوف البطوله.
ايش رايك منهم؟ هذه ندبلهم.
لا والله مو هذا ما نشي، بس ممكن اي تيم يا اخي انه يبدع. يعني حتى التيم اللي ممكن تشوفه سهل ممكن تضرب معاه، ممكن تضرب معاه وياخذ الاول.
واحده من يسارها اخرى هنا ليحصل ثنائيه. الله
والله صراحه انا ودي افوز بالبيمسل EMEA لانها النسخه الاولى بالسنه والنسخه الاولى كبطوله مسمى جديد، واتمنى افوز عشان ما يضيع من جهودنا بالشهور اللي طافت ان جمعنا بقصر باور وجمع يمكن قعدنا 3 شهور مع بعض تدريب وشغل، واتمنى ما يضيع لنا مجهود وابي افوز بالبطوله.
من وجهه نظري ان الفريق اللي ممكن يتعذر وهو بصراحه يعني هذا الشيء نوعا ما يضايقني، بس يعني هذه الحقيقه اللي قاعد اشوفها انا، وهو تيم النجمه. يعني عندهم اللاعب رؤوف اكثر مره اشوفه يتعذر بالسوشيال ميديا يعني بكذا شيء داخل اللعبه، مثلا عن الدبيس ولا عن اي موضوع ثاني، وهذا الشيء يعني يضايقني طبعا، واتمنى انه يصلحه وركز على الوينر وفالهم التوفيق.
Sığmaz ya şöyle tutayım. Hiç sprayı da. New challenge. Herkese merhabalar, ben Sucu'dan Namsen.
Şimdi Namsen ile birlikte takımlara saracağız PMSL'deki.
Herkese merhaba arkadaşlar. Bugün hepinizle beraber takım değerlendirmesi yapıyoruz.
Anlaşın.
Bu takımı ikiye koyuyorum ben. Oynayışlarını beğeniyorum çünkü.
Ben de nereye ikisi ikiye koymak istiyorum. Şampiyon olabilirler ama yine de ikiye koyacağım.
Team Spirit. Yani bence Top Guns.
Bence de Top Guns. Agresif bir takım, iyi bir takım. Top Guns hak ediyor. Next ya, bence Top Guns bir takım. Bence 3D Max güçlü bir kadroya sahip. Benim tercihim Rising Stars'tan yana.
Benim tercihim de Dark Horses'tan yana. O yüzden ortaya koy. Falcons, Arap Team. New Challengers.
NIGMA Galaxy, ben Rising Stars koyacağım. Yani oralar bence.
NIGMA Galaxy.
Top Guns bence de.
Power. Yine bir Arap takımıyla karşı karşıyayız. Ama burada bazı iyi oyuncular var. Al-Hace vardı galiba.
Dark Horses diyor.
Dark Horses ya da Rising.
Araplar kötü gider, sonradan açılır. Twisted Minds yine bir MEA bölgesinden bir takım. New Challengers. New Challengers'a koydum derken bizim öyle de tamamlar.
Biz geldik. Yani tabii ki de Top Guns.
SOG iyi bir takım.
Bence Dark Horses. Yani böyle aslında şeye göre hesaplamıyor. Mesela buradakiler iyi takım aslında. Ama sonradan açılıyorlar, anladın mı?
Sonradan açılır mı diyorsun?
Yani sonradan açılabilir. Çünkü mesela bir maçta iyi geçtim onların, diğer maçta iyi geçiyor.
O zaman
bir maç kötü geçerse diğer maçta
Dark Horses mıydı?
Dark Horses.
Direktüm Karya'yı direkt ikinci sıraya koymak istiyorum.
Sıra bende abi. Navi. Ne düşünüyorsun? Ben de emin olun. Top Guns mı Rising Stars mı? Emin olamadım.
Rising Stars ya çünkü hep aynı performansla oynuyorlar ya.
Ben de öyle düşünüyorum. Rising Stars'ı koydum.
Beşiktaş. New Challengers'a koyacağım yani ya galiba.
Spray'ı da buraya koymam lazım ama yer yok. Sığmaz ya şöyle tutayım. Spray'ı da.
Navi ben de Rising Star'a.
Beşiktaş.
Bence onlar parlayacak abi. Rising Stars. Rising Stars parlayan yıldız anlamına geliyor. Bence çoğu takım bilmiyor ama bence iyi bir takım. Bütün Arap takımlarını aşağı koydu.
Öyle ama.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz. Turnuvada bizi desteklemeyi unutmayın. Sizleri seviyoruz. Bay bay.
Sağlıcakla kalın. Görüşmek üzere.
We are back with more of the PMSL EMEA. We've had 3 matches so far today, and we've got 3 more to go. So you've still got everything that you've just had and more. That's right, we're going to be giving you the best of the best that EMEA has to offer. My name is John Allen, with me is Blank. We just had the TDM where Twisted Mayans got trounced. They're not going to be playing today, but 3D Max are. And they've had a little bit more of a fighting style today, and I kind of liked their start to this week so far.
Yeah, I think for 3D Max, it has been a lot better. They've made some improvements, and you can also have a chance to make some improvements, or at least for the show here, if you fill in our survey over on whatever chat you're currently using. You can find the link popping up occasionally here and there. Make sure you click it and tell us exactly what you think about the show, what we can do differently, what we might already be doing perfectly. Also nice to hear.
Absolutely. If you have any opinions on anything, well, no, you know what? Anything. Favorite fish? How many stars you saw last night? And was that good for you? I don't know. You can put it in there. We might not care much about it, but you can certainly put it in there and it will get read, I'm sure. Monster Energy, sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA, unleashing the beast on all your opponents if you run with Monster Energy at www.monstergaming. Oh dear, I've got it wrong already. Blank, you're the specialist here. Save me.
That's right. www.monsterenergy /gaming. Ah!
Oh no, I cursed you as well.
www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. There we go.
Okay, all right. We got that.
We went a little bit mango loco on that one, but we got there in the end.
Yeah, getting it back under control. Trying to put our best foot forward. Team Spirit in that last game, you can see them on the screen. They've been pretty chill the entire time, and they are just keeping things nice and calm. They have had one very good game, and the other ones haven't been as successful. A bit of a thumb wrestle going on there in the Players of Power, and they are keeping it nice and tight, because right now they're sat towards the top of the tables, and if you're there when this tournament ends, well, then you might just be able to book your ticket to the PMWC, the Esports World Cup, happening later this year on the 19th to the 28th of July of 2024, which, if you didn't know, is this year.
That's right. It's right now. You know, it's coming up. It's soon. And you better be watching for it. But for the time being, make sure you're watching PMSL EMEA with us, guys. The two going to be mean to us, but I'm not going to be. The two experts, let's say, PUBG Mobile, here to bring you all the information and also tell you all about the INFINIX GT20 Pro, our official smartphone sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA, which you can see all the players using on your screen right now. Coops likes to put the little light on the backboard on it quite frequently. It does look awesome. Look at that, even a little thumbs up for the phone as well coming through.
There are those plasters. Nice. That's what I was talking about before. See, look. Right in between those fingers, so he can hold around the charging cable. I think he's the only player who's been rolling with this from brute force.
Yeah, I also respect the fact that he has a strong supply, apparently, of these to ensure that you can have them ready for every single day. But heading into game now, all laughs and smiles for Team Spirit as they have a pretty decent day ahead of them. See Naomi over there on the end, alongside with your boy Kitsune. 3D Max on our screens, Gandalf and Frodo on the end there with Robson Snowing, and the two veterans in Victor and Narvalo doing pretty good.
I think we decided, what was it? Victor was Aragorn and Narvalo was Legolas. I feel like that makes sense. They're their own little fellowship over on 3D Max. Isn't that nice? One big happy family. No. Plane path from Sosnovka military base up towards South George.
Good old plane path here from the southeast side up towards the northwest. Pretty, actually, let's say, not so good. Very much crunching players in down towards Sosnovka, which is not always ideal. Not where you want to have your start a lot of times. Especially when you've got to get a move on. But we'll see where the circle goes. We had a lot of Sosnovka finishes so far, John.
More than our fair share so far, I'd agree. Although we have had quite a lot of Erangel played, to be fair. I'm just trying to think, what have we had? This will be our 6th day. So over 5 days, we had 15 Erangels. We've had 16. This is our 17th, 18th Erangel now. coming on in. I think we've had 2 military finishes.
Yeah, it's quite frequent that we do see it, but this time it's not meant to be. Heading over towards the east, John, towards Mansion Prison Shelter. I think this is sort of an interesting circle specifically for this lobby as well. It's certainly an interesting circle because we see a lot of times teams putting a huge amount of stock over towards the shelter position around prison. And with teams being so far away, I'm imagining that a lot of teams are going to be making a mad dash for that spot earlier on. So we'll see what happens with that. But I'm imagining it's going to be pretty chaotic towards the center of the circle.
It could be pretty tricky. I mean, you spoke about, that northwest clump that's all going to have to make similar rotations. I wonder, Blank, if there is any merit to the idea that teams that are around each other on the tables in general don't drop near each other. I'd have to go back and actually check some stats on that. I wonder how likely that is, because if you're a strong team, right, you're clearing out your area more often than not, and therefore the teams around you are generally going to do worse or, I suppose on the flip side, do a lot better than you are. Oh, I wonder. And I'm thinking that because we are seeing that clump on the northwest side, and I'm wondering if it's the fact that we have Group A sitting out with IWNRX, BEŞİKTAŞ, FLUX, Twisted Minds, not being in this, that we're seeing some concentrations of players as you strip out specific ranks off the tables. This is I'm getting a bit into the weeds on this one here, but it's still an interesting phenomenon nonetheless.
Yeah, it could be interesting, but equally
might be complete waffle.
Complete waffle.
We
should do a little bit of that.
Put it in the survey, guys. Put it in the survey.
Put it in the survey. What do you think about John's theory? Do you believe him?
Whoa. Let's not call it John's theory. Let's call it
John's
theory that John
hypothesis.
said. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, John's whole theory.
John's biggest idea that he's ever had in his entire life.
Legacy.
Exactly.
But no.
I'm interested in that now. We're gonna have to go check.
It would be interesting. It'd be curious to see how that works out. I mean, it has had an impact in terms of 3D Max, especially last week. Not so much this week because they've been dropping away from them, but S2G was causing a huge amount of problems for them, shunting them out of position a fair few times, which is why you now see 3D Max doing much better because they decided that it just really wasn't worth their time butting heads with S2G all too often.
Yeah.
Now they're fairly equally matched here on the leaderboards.
They're in the same group as well, which means that every single game they play will be with each other. So I think, this week is definitely the week you have to make that prescient decision for 3D Max. If you're going to make it on any week, it's the week you are playing every single match with them, because you don't want to be hot dropping literally every game that you're playing. Will go pretty poorly, I'd imagine. Looks like Onyx Raven's still going to get some loot despite Foot Chaos being close by on that military island. Virtus Pro going to take up the mantle of 3D Max and maybe take the scrap around Yasnaya with S2G, but they are sending a little bit further south, and S2G not quite in position to take shots out this way, not quite ready for this fight. Virtus Pro look like they're not ready to try it either, because they just want to get better positioned in the circle.
Yeah, I think for at least Virtus Pro, get towards that eastern side. I mean, they know Lipovka's free as well, so they can kind of chill around that location for a little while, maybe get some more loot, which is what has afforded them that ability to move so early on, because they know that there's at least loot waiting for them somewhere within the circle before they do eventually start making some moves. S2G have pushed out slightly. They have a reconnaissance mission.
Uh-oh.
Thank you
Replay.
so much for this replay.
Run it back.
Because it needs to be seen twice.
Milky Way, more like Milky doesn't know the way.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah. I don't know if he didn't know the way. It was more in the sense of he flipped.
Milky doesn't know which way up he is.
True. Also,
it's only getting better.
Okay.
Now that's my legacy.
I'll give you that one now. John's theme.
John's. Okay. All right. Let's go with conjecture. Falcons rolling up towards FUT KAOS on the bridge. FUT KAOS trying to make their egress from the military island, and they're coming up against stiff competition, but Damar will blow over like a blade of grass in the wind there. Not quite too happy with that. Satan falling as well, and Falcons are too split for this fight to work out for them.
Yeah, limp defense here from the Falcons, honestly.
Bit of a sprained wing on that.
Yeah, 100%. Ragnar gets forced out on the nade and quickly shut down with the DBS. Nice little play there coming through from Footballers KAOS. Soccer Machine should spot the final player behind the tree and instantly pops him out. I think that is Falcons done and dusted. 16th place, Gladiators fending off against Heroic. This is over towards that western side. Inside the blue, Ragnarok doing some good work. Has all the sightlines to play around with.
Easy. Stops him from peeking too far back. That control over the window allowed his teammate to get up atop, and Matic leans out. A little baby out with the bathwater action there as he dumps it all onto Hassan's head. Ragnarok now trying to play off against Volt, who has got that Molotov. Will force Matic away from position. He's going to stick that heel, though, and actually the Molotov didn't burn too far on the stone floor. Matic, again, getting slick with it. Up on the ramparts here, as Frozen does get flushed. He's waiting for it, but they're inside the ground floor now. Hops on over, looks for the drop. Doesn't spot them, still two players, opens the door, they're right there, Matic, come on! Check your angles, my son. Last player for the Gladiators, and he's swept aside. Heroic, keep it going.
And he did the rare play, which is the perfectly timed jump after you hit the ground. Basically make no noise. Very hard to pull off, actually. I think it's one of those plays that you just don't hit too often. It's very unreliable, but when it works, because they had no clue he was down there. Open the door, though, and I feel like you should be ready to spray your clip through the door as soon as it gets opened. He just got spooked a bit. Moneymakers, on the other hand, are spooked themselves, right? Living in a constant world of terror at the moment. With a lot of teams around them, they went from being the big bad bears from week 1 now to a couple of fluffy teddy bears in towards week 2. Really not proving too much threat to anyone thus far.
FUT KAOS trying to stretch their legs a little bit after their early scrap. They've got 7 limbs already, Blank, in stage 2. This is these are fighting words from FUT KAOS. They managed to take down Gladiators, Falcons as well. They found 3 others. Not quite, actually.
It's a pretty astonishing start to the game. Let's put it that way.
Pretty happy with it. I mean, from FUT KAOS as well. Fairly unexpected. It's going to work out for now. Onyx Ravens, though. Next up on the menu, potentially, for FUT KAOS. They want a little bit more. Falcon is there. I think he took damage from his own nade, but he steps on in. Doesn't have time to go for the self-heal. Does he have backup to cover this angle? Saleh is there, and he wants the flush. Won't be able to find it, but at what cost? The knock not coming back in response. FUT KAOS, they found an opener, but they finally lost a player. Doka Machine Storm rallying straight on into the wall, but Doka Machine straight back down. Lath now for the Onyx Ravens. Spots Kairos. Saleh trying to duel it out as well, and the crossfire's good. Saleh stays alive, but they're out in the blue. It's ticking away. Storm once more puts an 8th up on the board. They're looking to go double digits with this fight. The Onyx Ravens might just be able to provide that. Storm, nade over the top, but there's 1 set back to him. Needs to get a heal off now. There's the first aid starting to pop.
Yeah, still just standing there, though. It's a bit of an awkward scenario. Storm, like I said, with the DBS, pushes out, doesn't find another. That would have been a rather crazy way to end their game if they were able to win this fight. You're 10 eliminations by minute 6. It's a little bit silly.
They've already got 8, right? And that's still pretty nuts.
You've got a good game. You've got a good game on your hands, and you haven't had to slog out a whole game. You're done now. Well done.
They just really needed the loot. They were like, guys, let's find 3 fights in a row, get 8 points, and then I can go to the bathroom because I really need a wee.
Pretty much. Like, this is a nice break for them now. Very chilled out. Reasonable result from Footballers KAOS. But will thin the herd, at least for quite a few of these other teams who are pretty happy about that. And we aren't having as much of a crunch. See brute force down towards that southeast side as the circle heads up towards the west. OP dip involved here over towards that western side, but not likely to be used too much other than a last resort, as most teams want to be heading towards that central region. Shelter in play. Wow, it's like a whirlpool of players.
It's quite devastating on that southeast side. I think S2G and maybe NIGMA Galaxy. Yeah, they're close to that that Heaven compound, the really, really strong overlook that sits out to the east side of Yaz Fields. That has such great vision over the surrounding area. Really, really difficult to get on towards as well. S2G, I think, have managed to claim it. But NIGMA Galaxy are also trying to challenge out on that area. We'll have to wait until we pan out across them. 3D Max trying to make their way in from the north edge. DA in their way right now, but they're similarly going to have to move. I think S2G are, in fact, up in that location and have control of it pretty handily. However, S2G, only 3 players alive.
Yeah, they like to take it very early in the game, right? Considering they start in Yaz, being able to take that as pit stop number 2 is very useful if the circle keeps coming this way, especially on the initial eastern shift on the circle. May as well grab it whilst it's free. 3D Max, though, getting a lot later into these games now, which is really awesome. Currently tied with 3rd place RCB and just 2 points behind Power. Surprisingly, NIGMA Galaxy up towards our 1st place, but I mean, they got some pretty chunky games so far to, like I said, pad those scores. I think they're 2 points away now. Wait, no, sorry. Ignore that comment. I got this is day 2. Don't know where I am.
It's all right.
Need a GPS. I'm lost.
It's okay. Just take my hand. I'll lead us to safety. We're in day 2 of week 2. It's match number 4, Plank. It's our last Erangel of the day.
Thank you. I'm reorientating.
Do you remember my name?
No. Who are you again?
I'm Maxman.
Oh, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does Maxman say? I am Le French. Waluigi. That's what Maxman says.
He does that sometimes, yeah.
He does do that.
Bit mean.
That's the entirety of Max's character. Of course not. He is a many-layered and complex man, and he's a great guy, and we love having him in the PUBG Mobile scene. There we go.
Yes, we do. He is
very clever, very intelligent.
Very smart man. I miss him. I need someone to show me the way, and I believe Maxman is the only man to do that. He has the plan, because he's the Maxman.
Ooh. What's your Jason impression?
This is it.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to head to the MVP. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Who's the MVP?
Kale, make a noise about the damage number.
There we go.
There he is. That's
perfect,
Jason.
Perfect Jason impression.
There
right
we go. Oh, dear.
I can't do an American accent. It sounds bad.
I don't know where Jason's American accent's from, actually. I couldn't tell you if I tried. RCB trying their best to stay alive, but it's not going well from them. Have lost 1, 2, a third off the back of the buggy, and Loxley will bite the dust. Looks like DA might have had a disconnect there. Either that or they got someone taken down from their team earlier on. Didn't quite track that, but on the eastern side, it wouldn't be too far-fetched to think that they have lost a player to some sort of scrap or other. Molotovs and RCB not going to have a great game. This is a good chance for 3D Max to try and jump up ahead of them in that tie-break position, but not if they go down here as well.
Yeah, again, this is a very difficult position to push your way through, and I think 3D Max realizes that. You're working with essentially a ditch here. Kiss up front. Nice shot from Robs there. Very little to work with as well. And that's RCB all but done for. Still a fair few more teams around them that might want to take shots towards their position, but being able to remove this from RCB is really good. Very well done.
Taking it away. It looks like RCB just can't hold a position today. Team Spirit on the match before. Nade over the top to DA. Virtus Pro dismantling their opponents here with these nades, with this swing around from Furia. What can you do? I mean, he hops out, he does get the knock, but the vehicle just crunches him against the trunk of the tree.
The big bullet.
And DA eat the big bullet, as you say, but 3D Max might have some of their own. They're straight into it. Furia immediately the target, and a second to very, very swiftly follow it up. Corker was in the vehicle to try and regroup, but 3D Max just decimate them as they stand. 4 eliminations for Virtus Pro, but 3D Max want to try and take the last player down now. Nades starting to pour on in as well. Given as good as they gave earlier on, Virtus Pro took away DA's chances. And now it's 3D Max to return the favor.
Good reposition from Corker, honestly, but I think he needs to start now considering leaving as he gets shot out. Might be by S2G up on the high ground. They love this position. Gives them so much oversight. Here's where 3D Max does make mistakes, though, in my opinion, is that they're not... Sometimes can be a little bit unawares of positions around the map, which might give sightlines towards their position. Very single-minded sometimes about their approach. But you know what? That was a really respectable approach. They saw the one knock go through, capitalized on it immediately, didn't have too many options, but they didn't dilly-dally either. Immediately in there. Na'Vi taking shots of their own from brute force. There's two teams that are not having the best of weeks. Try and battle out for something, but it's Freezer. Last one remaining. Moneymaker's out. Only 2 eliminations. Goodness me.
He's right in the sticks there. Freezer was slamming that car into reverse with the black smoke belching forth from beneath its bonnet. Really not a healthy vehicle. Isn't really going to have much further to go, and Robs seems to know where he is. NIGMA Galaxy this whole time has just been held up in this 2-2 split. And, I mean, they've just gone for a regroup now. I was going to say it's a little bit greedy to keep this 2-2 split now, when you know teams are going to be just going for some pretty Hail Mary plays. Potential to lose those 2 players starts to get higher and higher. So I like the regroup up to the northeast side, playing as 4 from their northeast compound.
Yeah, it'll do the trick for now. If looking at the teams down towards the southeast side, Onyx Ravens, Na'Vi, as well as 3D Max just looking to clear each other out before deciding to move in. NIGMA Galaxy. Interesting. They leave south side.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, the regroup.
Oh, yeah, Team Spirit take control of it. Thank you. For the compound, I guess.
They'll take those. I mean, if they'd have left that backstop 2-2, they take the fight with Team Spirit. Potentially they don't win it. Out on the southeast side in the meantime, 3D Max continue to just roll over people. Felt like Na'Vi didn't really put up too much of a fight there. And 3D Max only take 1 casualty. And they've got time to get this res. Onyx Ravens trying to move on in. And like I said before, I feel like NIGMA Galaxy giving ground there, they would have either had to regroup as 4 down to this compound that Team Spirit now hold, or just try and win out 2v3. And I don't think you want to try and take those fights with multiple people looking at third party.
Yeah, there is sometimes a little bit of a pulling apart, the cheese string effect in NIGMA Galaxy. Sometimes you need to put that cheese string back together.
Agreed.
So for NIGMA Galaxy, I respect that, you know, sometimes the decisions are all on the same track, but they're attempting to keep things nice and coordinated. 3D Max lose Robs. Lufa will be knocked. Next Ravens coming up on the backside here of Team Spirit. We're down to 3 players.
S2G pretty happy on the north edge. Power as well. 2 teams who have impressed us over these last few days. Snowix gets the first aid off before he breaches the ridgeline. Ali gets the reload off and stops that suppression on the angle, which allows 3D Max to move Victor further up north, close to S2G, and they're going to start opening with some shots. I'm sure hits the deck and goes down fully. It's NIGMA Galaxy. Was that NIGMA Galaxy? No, it was S2G. Okay. And in come the nades from Onyx Ravens on the south side. They know they're going to have to do something. And they're being pushed by the blue, or the wall of Team Spirit, ahead of them. Effect holding face against Figures. Will not be able to get wall cover there. Knows there's a player behind this rock in Ali. Has the crossfire, sure, but they're being pushed in by the blue the entire time. and you just can't make
An
it
easy
work.
nade.
There's the nade cook, perfectly on target. He never misses those. Effect, brutal with that one. Saleh, though, up into the wall, spotted, and there's no getting away from it. Onyx Ravens down and out. Team Spirit stay alive. The first 3 eliminations on their card.
I like the effect that essentially just single-handedly handles Onyx Ravens over towards that south side.
Why not?
The rest of his team barely was able to even do anything. Out towards open ground, but funnily enough, Mansion becomes a little bit more valuable now, as it still has the walls up towards the north side to play off, whereas NIGMA Galaxy will have to leave this compound, which is why they're hunting down S2G, apparently.
They're swinging out, trying to get some terrain cover from that mansion area. There have been several times where we've seen people try and stay in this mansion a little bit too long as well, Blank. So Team Spirit need to be careful of overstaying their welcome and allowing other people to take control of the outside terrain. With only 3 players, they can't really afford to send a scout out, though.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, though, for Team Spirit, like, this is the only protection within the circle right now, right? Down towards the south side. No one else has any compound control. So if I'm Team Spirit, I've only got 3 players. I just want to hold on to a position that will give me cover that I can take pot shots from for a long time. Not necessarily look for a chicken dinner, but at least a high placing. Because they only have 3 eliminations so far, so they need like a 3rd or a 2nd place to make this game truly worth it.
Currently, Power, highest elimination count in the teams still alive with 5. Has been not quiet from these teams, but reserved, maybe, is a better way to put it. Naomi had Lufa on the open there, but Lufa hits the deck as they ping out the angle. Power moving in, fighting on the north side of the road now. S2G crunched through. And I feel like this is kind of the only choice they could have made. I think it's the correct one to go for. Kanto, though, unleashing the nade arsenal. 3 more still. Counting them down, ticking away. As Power continue to go forwards. Ray Z sends out wide and into the blue. Not going to make it work, and S2G might have just thrown their chances all into the basket there. But it's not looking good. NIGMA Galaxy looking to swing in behind.
Yeah, they are seriously outnumbered here, S2G, as NIGMA Galaxy also flow into the situation. And a cracking day today, honestly, from NIGMA Galaxy. Looking better and better, much more coordinated from their side, and I think that things have started to slowly fit into place within the puzzle since that 25-point game they were able to pick up there. Team Spirit rotates up towards the west, Effect providing that backstop for them. Naomi flows over the top, Kante goes down.
This hill, the major focal point now. You spoke about this being the only cover with the walls. I feel like this hill is the only other strong place, and you can see that Team Spirit have identified that. They know whoever wins this fight is just going to be able to take them down as they leave, but the nade, not good there. Will be a shot from the other direction, and Naomi needs a res as fast as possible as Ralph rolls on in. That is going to change things up a lot, and now NIGMA Galaxy have so much control on the routes out here. Can Effect find a shot? Can he get a knock? Maybe a flush onto NIGMA Galaxy, because this hilltop now not in the next circle.
Yeah, it's a 2v4. Wow, yeah, the circle does make things a little bit more difficult, but you'd imagine that with the amount of players still here, it should be good enough. Lord, though, hits the floor, should get flushed out if they're not careful. Nomi also providing that fire over towards them. Ralph's out the vehicle. 2v2. Is this possible?
Lufa trying to peek the ridge, but it's not going well, and they can't even find Nomi on the outside. Effect has such a great angle. Just the wall inside that mansion covers off Nomi so well, and he's got complete control over Coops now. No way he can get up to Lord. The smokes just aren't going to be there. This is excellent duo play from Team Spirit. Effect launching these bullets down range. The lead bowing the heads of NIGMA Galaxy as they sit bamboozled, bewildered by what Team Spirit have been able to achieve here.
Really smart maneuver coming through from Nomi as well. Repositions where Effect can clearly see him. Gets the information on, knows that Coops has to come through. And again, this is what I was talking about. That wall can be so valuable. And I think for NIGMA Galaxy to give it up for that tiny little compound over towards the northeast side, I don't think it was really worth it. So for Team Spirit, they essentially get a gimme here Obviously, it became very difficult after the 2v4, but these two guys are just so killer.
Not to
But again,
count Coops
Coops
out.
equally super strong as an MVP candidate. Can do a 1v2, but versus these two guys, is it possible? Effect, praised in the past, lauded as one of the best players in EU, if not the best player, on the same team now as Nomi, the current best player in EU.
Coops with the blue zone. He's going to have to take this fight straight up with Nomi, but it's just not going to work out. And Team Spirit, able to control from the mansion. That sliver of wall left into that final circle there allowed them the leeway that they needed to play up, leaving him hanging. He turns around, daps his teammate up, rightfully so. Really, really strong stuff from these players. Team Spirit back into play. Their second chicken dinner today.
Yeah, it's a monstrous game coming through from Team Spirit there. I don't think it was... I didn't think it was possible at all, but it still nagged me a little bit that this is like a 2v4 situation they could potentially pulled off. I wish we could see the replay because there was so much action going on there, but there was such a cool moment with Nomi where he started off the distance where I think he literally jumped up, almost did a 360 and hit him with the DBS. But yeah, what a game from Team Spirit. What a game.
Highest damage, though, goes over to FLUX KAOS. Remember, we saw them scrapping early on into that match, accruing 8 points, I think it was.
Highest damage.
In the first, 6 minutes, which is where that damage all comes from, if you're wondering, if you just tuned in. And you're thinking, hang on a minute, FLUX KAOS, they weren't in this. Were they in this game? Yes, they were. They were very in this game. They got stuck in right away with those 8 points by phase 2, but they didn't go much further than that. Unfortunately, Onyx Ravens drew them short. Were able to do decently on the game themselves. 8 points there. Team Spirit, though, 18 points total, 8 eliminations.
Well, very similar names there that we're seeing time and time again, which is Power Esports and NIGMA Galaxy, who are starting to really heat things up here in the tournament for MENA. So I think for realistically, these guys, it is super pleasing this week that two teams from that region are able to step up in such a big way. And NIGMA Galaxy is slowly starting to get it, slowly but surely, over towards that side. I think when you're just coming up against an absolute disgusting duo like that, it really does test you to your limit. And I think it sort of comes with the territory of you're over towards that north side, you just cleared everyone out, you got 4 players, you start driving around in circles, it's pretty much the victory lap, but you can't do that sort of stuff here at the PMSL EMEA because teams like Team Spirit, they have the gun skill, they have the firepower on side and the accuracy to make those shots pretty easily. Look at that, pretty much all on Nomi in effect there towards the end of the game.
Is that...
the other two guys were just standing.
Wait a minute. Is that week 1 Kitsune?
Oh,
goodness me. Oh, dear. I mean, yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff from Nomi in effect, rightfully claiming those white numbers there on the damage. 640. Not the highest we've ever seen, but still really, really damaging to those teams that sat around them. I think the eliminations were really quite distributed across a lot of that lobby with the early thinning from FLUX KAOS, from a lot of other teams racking up around the 6 to 8 elimination mark. It sort of drew that away. Let's take a look at the overalls, where that's left all these teams sitting with the points that they were able to accrue. NIGMA Galaxy still at the top. Power keeping up with them, and 3D Max also in step with the teams at the top. Nice to see the French roster keeping up the pace.
Yeah, it's going well. It's nice to see, and I think 3D Max is starting to figure out their rotations their own. Again, though, Power and NIGMA Galaxy looking most on form this week so far. I think NIGMA Galaxy certainly has gone away, back to the drawing board, figured things out. I think yesterday was a little bit of a wake-up call. I hope that they'd gone back and watched their matches, perused over the map feed as well, and seen that there were so many opportunities for them to take the win, but they just refused to take those free positions a lot. Today, it feels like they are much more confident in taking those spots around the map and holding on to them as well. So less here than yesterday. We're starting to see a NIGMA Galaxy who is not afraid to push in, which is really important because they have the chops on them, specifically with Lord and Coops, hold on to those positions. Here you can see Team Spirit here, 4 matches played and 50 points, so almost leapfrogging BEŞİKTAŞ after yesterday. It's a good showing.
Keeping a 12.5 match point average is something to behold, but of course, only one day on that streak won't see you to the top of the tables. The Moneymakers proved that so far. Has to have RCB, like strong first days, generally haven't been super converted upon in the past. IWNRX certainly didn't have a strong first day, and they are now pushed into 17th place by Team Falcons, up in that 16th now. Heroic still behind them though, and with a chance in these next few matches to try and jump on in. I tell you who is having a terrible time though is Brute Force. Dead last with 10 matches played. That's just really bad, and there's no sugarcoating that. They need to play better, because otherwise they're just not going to get anything done.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at 18th and 19th place there, both of those teams have 4 matches played compared to the 10 matches played in 16th place. It just doesn't really track, and it doesn't track with last week either, with the performance that they were able to do. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. Either way, we're going to brute force our way to a break here, and we're going to smash through the screens. I'm only joking. We'll just head to a break, and we'll be back with you soon.
We have finished our run on the grassy pastures. We are going over to the desert once more for 2 matches of Miramar. We've got a lovely little treat up for you. The desert dessert is ready and waiting just around the corner whilst our players get ready, locked and loaded for the 5th match of the day.
Indeed. So we'll be heading over towards our 5th match and then finally our final match. NIGMA Galaxy a little bit displeased with that last game, as you can imagine. Power, I think they look very serious today, considering the results that they've been able to put up so far. Potentially could be a bit more happy with the situation they're in, you know, towards the top side. But keeping it calm, collected.
Grim. He's so set.
Yeah.
He's locked in.
I mean, they want to get those points. They want to get it done. On the other hand, RCB, it's typical RCB Blues day 2s here for this team. Not quite able to maintain that performance from day 1, which is what we were highlighting at the start of the day.
Some nice conversations going on in the heroic camp. A couple of smiles over and around there. Good to see, even if they're not getting the best of results. I think they had a decent fight in that last match, but they're keeping their spirits up. They're keeping it together. God, they really are. Power really are just like straight up locked in. There's no distracting these guys.
Yeah, properly. You know, even studying the old charts here for the map. You know, NIGMA Galaxy is still happy. I mean, where they are currently on the leaderboard, I think you should be happy as well. It's going well.
Yeah, you can't be unhappy with first place, right?
Yeah, absolutely not. Again, I think that's probably a good wake-up call for them, though, on that game, is just to not slip back into those careless habits for NIGMA Galaxy. Just keep the ball rolling.
Team Spirit look pretty ready to take this match on. But that last match, the pair play, I mean, I feel like every single duo that you could pick out of this roster works well together, right? And you put them in those scenarios, there's excellent play between every single one of them. I think Nomi was pretty brutal in that last match, but you put, I think, either of the other two in that situation, and it is similarly a powerful whole. They make these same decisions, they make these same calls, and it generally ends up working out for them. We saw it over the course of last week. We saw it there. Will we see it again on Miramar? So they race for that trophy, for that top spot.
Everyone's battling out for, and we're heading over towards Miramar right now. You can see the playing path on this guy's GT20 Pro. INFINIX, our official smartphone sponsor here. PMSL EMEA. Paraiso first on the block here, and Moneymakers will be dropping out early, who are just not having the best of times. It's still 33 points, but over 10 games. 3-point average is not what you're looking for.
Definitely not. You want to be hitting far higher than that. I'll tell you what, it's better than a 1.5 average per match. As some team, could be any team, has so far over the course of the matches that they've played. Could be anyone.
But it is
brute force, absolutely. Who have underperformed themselves. Need to step it up. Over the plane path goes Puerto Paraiso to El Pozo. Southeast to the northwest on the cut. Not too many close drops we're seeing early on. Still some time, though. Still some potential to see a bit of argy-bargy in the parachutes.
Yeah, could all go topsy-turvy any second.
Ooh.
Yeah. We do get a very eastern circle.
It's happening again.
I hope not.
It's happening again.
It would be hilarious if so. Heading over towards that eastern island once again. Some of our top scorers right now. You got Lord and Coops heading up with 22 and 18 eliminations apiece. Corker, surprisingly for Virtus Pro, currently hitting up with the most damage in the lobby, 3,950, closely followed by Coops and Snowix. Sort of interesting how often we keep on seeing Coops here towards that top side. 23 knockouts, so very efficient coming through from Lord. So he's had 22 eliminations, 23 knockouts. So confirmed all but one, pretty much at a 99% confirmation rate there.
He gets the job done. He's making it work for him. 87 points right now for NIGMA Galaxy. 6 points ahead of Power. At the end, towards the end of day 2, we've still got these 2 matches to play. So a chance to eke out a lead or have it taken away from them if they put their feet wrong. And like you said, that last game, potentially a reminder for them to mind their manners, to keep their newfound power nice and sharp. The Blade looking to cut through the rest of the lobby and sever themselves from the bounds of the mortal plane on the points totals. They want that immortal, indomitable total at the top. Stay in that first place. Get all those bonus points for yourself.
Power needs a couple more points on that to make it happen. Only at 81. But it's been a good showing for them, honestly, the past couple of days. Currently up towards El Azahar. Not too upset by Footballers Chaos position on that northwest side. Moneymakers, Imports Party, so just looting up. It's really quite the downtrodden team at the moment since Old Boy joined.
Ooh, wow. Okay.
I don't think it's his fault, honestly. I think overall as the team, there just seems to be that spark's not there anymore.
That was what some of the teams were criticizing them for in the Trash Talk videos, in the rankings videos as well. It's a team that can absolutely just slam those points. But in a similar vein, they're a team that just could forget how to play the game. Not infrequently, it seems.
Yeah, they're bowing out right now, and it's a bit odd. They do have like that dynamic duo from last year of Koa and Old Boy, who were massively putting up performance over in Africa, but it's not the same here now. Yeah, it's such a good week last week as well, but that performance just has not translated through to week 2.
No.
It's a bit of a endurance test for him so far.
Yeah, the Moneymakers ended up finishing in 3rd place last week, right? With 193 points to Team Spirit in 2nd place, 197. IWNRX ahead of them in 210. Easy for KAOS. No way you get away from that with the M249. Just the sheer volume of rounds being put down range at you. Unlikely you get away from it. Falcons play on with 3 on a rotation towards this east side. They just got cut out moving south of Picardo by that elimination from S2G. And they'll be moving along the north edge of Los Leones, between Los Leones and La Bandita, towards where Heroic currently sit, just to the west of Impala.
Yeah, Heroic on that west side, not a terrible position to have for themselves. RCB actually are set up for a good game here. Probably one of the better games they've been set up for in quite a while today. I mean, they have been taking compounds and positions, but I think it's more of a case that as soon as Team Spirit enters the lobby, right, those sort of positions are the same that Team Spirit is very happy to fight for. And in a similar vein, NIGMA Galaxy is starting to become a little bit more confident on those takes as well. Sending in.
Has been spotted. Ooh. Not quite connecting there on the spray. But with Kante down out back, the backup needs to come through now for Power. Getting a knock here would be incredibly valuable, and he does just that. Al-Haji stands tall when it matters. Falconist cooking a nade, puts it right outside the front of the door, and Al-Haji moves forwards. SK-12 in hand against the pump action around the corner. He's waiting for the shot, waiting for the peek. An excellent first tag on for Al-Haji, and he unleashes the rest of the magazine. Turn around for the spray. You're looking for that res. Meanwhile, on the off angle, they're protecting their player there. It's just Stalker Machine now for Football. It's KAOS, and they're gonna have to turn around away from it. Power close ranks around Kante, and they want to keep him in the match. Looks like they'll successfully be able to accomplish that mission.
And that's exactly why they were locked in at the start of this game as well. I mean, these guys are very focused right now. I mean, why wouldn't you? The spirits are high within the team, and they seem to be extremely focused. So if you can maintain that kind of action towards the end of the day, because I think a lot of teams in this lobby realize just how valuable a good day is for you, right? If you're able to maintain a good day like that all the way until match 6, gives you a buffer just in case tomorrow is a little bit worse or you just don't wake up on the right side of the bed. So I think for Power, this has been a good day from them. There hasn't really been many times where they've fallen off too heavily.
Rob's not falling off too heavily there either. Thought he might take a little bit of fall damage, but no. He's got his squishy shoes on. Gonna absorb that damage. He'll be alright. Get on with it from the northern side. Close to Power, though, and that is a dangerous place to be if evidence serves to be a predictor of the future. This nade from Al-Haji, so crucial in this engagement, and I mean, we were looking at this guy as one of the best players on the team, and now maybe we have to look at him as one of the best players in the lobby.
Yeah, honestly, Al-Haji has had a real up-and-coming approach in towards the PUBG Mobile Esports scene. Probably one of the last bastions over in MEA for quite a while. And has really brought himself back up to speed. Yeah, we were hoping for another island finish. We saw it once and thought maybe we get lucky again. We don't. But I'm okay with an Impala finish. They're always interesting, fun to watch.
I'll take it. I'll take it. Some interesting ground around this Impala area. It's an interesting dynamic with the massive mountain stacks on the southeast side of Impala. There's about 3 or 4 teams can find refuge there. A lot of flat plateaus, people playing that high ground, getting trapped around that area. And then the warehouses further down to the south that are still in this one. A lot of interesting terrain that you have to manage navigation of. Not to mention the actual urban environment of Impala itself, right? So some nice, interesting dynamics, I'm sure, still yet to come.
We're trying to push further in here, but a lot of teams looking to crowd around the outcrop of rocks that surrounds Impala. Find a position early on, because a lot of times once you get up there, you aren't moving too much afterwards. Koa opens up on towards Malloy, but it's a bit of a long shot to get up there before the res goes through. They're going to try it anyway.
Well, you can make progress, right? You take a sightline away, you force a res, you're taking 2 sightlines out of action. Unfortunately, Corker doesn't let his slip one bit. Nice, he goes down, gets flushed immediately. Malloy's still not rezzed, but they want the rest of the fight. Corker doesn't take too much damage here. You can see the rest of Virtus Pro moving in to keep Malloy nice and safe. A nice response from Virtus Pro as nades start to come in from Moneymakers. Can they find an opening lock? Milky Way, a little bit of damage. Malloy, very, very low. Milky Way going to want to stick that. No, he bleeds out. Furia, dueling with the DBS over the ridgeline as well. Wants the spray down. Isn't going to take too much damage, and he goes for it. Will win it on out. And the Moneymakers fall. They get on a limb onto Malloy, but Virtus Pro absolutely take them to the cleaners. Team Spirit have heard this, and they want the third party. So do NIGMA Galaxy.
Effects finds Milky Way. NIGMA Galaxy underneath, like you said. Corker still doing his job as best he can. Finds a shot over towards NIGMA Galaxy, but 2 players up front. I believe that is Kitsune as well as Nomi. Push up towards the top side. We'll find one.
That's not going to work out.
Nomi and Naomi.
That is not going to work out for you. 2 of Team Spirit rolling on up into your backyard. Generally bad for the health. Virtus Pro try and make their way out and actually find Lord, get a flush out as well. Pops through the vehicle, but it's Furia to fall. Taking a player away from NIGMA Galaxy, though, and Lord as well. A really, really important pickup, potentially, that Virtus Pro were able to find.
I mean, so that does make your life a little bit more difficult on NIGMA Galaxy, considering Lord was such an integral member to their success today. Yeah, I like this from Team Spirit. I think, again, there's not many available options when you're coming from Jumasera over towards this position. So as soon as you hear a third party down towards this east side, you can start opening up space for yourself. You just do it. You do it immediately.
3D Max currently holding on a little valley on the roadside in their position, just out to the west of Impala, the northwest now of this circle. Brute Force playing out and in the fields to their west. Going to be difficult to move through there unscathed. I think Brute Force might find that it's difficult for them to leave it as well. Meanwhile, everybody else crowding around Impala, trying to find some sort of ground on the south edge.
Lufa, as well as Coops, moving up towards a bit more safety, but Ralph has gone down now, leaving NIGMA Galaxy at just 2 and a measly 1 elimination found in the process. Power up towards that north side, direct competitors to them. Looks like they're heading into very dangerous water. Coops also knocked. Lufa likely to go down next. Bit of a suicidal play there. I mean, NIGMA Galaxy going down in 14th place, so very bad start to the last 2 Miramars, but they've done enough today. I think they can afford 1 bad game.
Yeah, they will. It is a pretty bad game, though, unfortunately, for them. Going down so early. It gives Power the opportunity to play from the north side of Impala, get pretty late into this one. They've already got 3 points. They're looking good to try and overtake. 3D Max on their northwest side as well, in a decent position to catch up quite far on these tables from this game. They'll have to execute on it. Not get lazy. Maintain their perimeters. Looks like Onyx Ravens moving up to the north side could prove difficult for Brute Force and 3D Max as well as that backstop. You can see here's where 3D Max are holding in that valley on either side of the road. It's quite covered off, but as soon as someone gets an angle on you from further down the road or further up the road, it can be basically a death sentence because you have no cover from it. The good news is nobody really has that sort of a position right now.
Yeah, not yet. I think that does give people a bit of security going forwards at least. There's always an awkward circle, especially for a lot of teams over on that western side, because if the circle heads over towards the east, you're essentially battling out for almost like a 6th or a 5th place, and your focus moves further over towards eliminations, heavy on that side of things.
That is a terrifying thud right now.
Yeah.
Being echoed across the plains west of Impala. And that was coming from S2G. Next circle just about to come through. This is where a lot of the dynamics get decided. 3 teams currently in Impala. Power the only one to be there, but this really doesn't decide anything at this stage, Blank. Only Gladiators on the north. Onyx Ravens going to have to make a choice now. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see them crash over towards 3D Max, although I think Brute Force may be the better option for them to go for.
Yeah, I think Brute Force is not a bad option to crash onto. I mean, it's a bit of a gamble, right? You got to win that fight out first, and you're sending through onto the field, but you've just got to hit that kind of thing. Running.
Yeah.
Meantime, just waiting for the next zone here.
S2G playing on the south edge here, guarding out Na'Vi, and in comes this rotation. They're swinging all the way up on the north side for the Onyx Ravens. They're going to go all the way up and over, try and push in down the road. This is a danger zone now for 3D Max. You can see how exposed it is up and down. If Onyx Ravens can get a pick, then they can start to move forwards, but they haven't been able to do so, not just yet. 3D Max pop out these smokes. They know that it's only a matter of time with the blue zone playing in their favor. They've regrouped up towards that south position, and this is really nicely played by 3D Max to assuage the threat of the Onyx Ravens, who are now going to have to choose to go to a different location and try and swing around out maybe even further east past the Gladiators, but the terrain not going to be their friend. There's Brute Force actually finding a pickoff on to one of the Onyx Ravens players. 3D Max have taken a casualty as well, but they might have the cover to go for the cross. We'll have to wait and see. More shots over towards the Onyx Ravens, and their crossing is basically doomed at this stage. They've got some divots to play around, but you've got to imagine as soon as the Gladiators step up to it, they're going to melt away on that northern side. Vigors and Lath, both now the last to stand for the Onyx Ravens on this northeast side. Not going to be able to make it even close to Impala at this stage. Just biding their time, waiting for these other teams to have to move in as well, because the Gladiators going to have to make their approach now. Nade over the top, Lath spotted from some angle or other. That's Frozen who's seen it. Now just Vigors remains for the Onyx Ravens. And it is going to be a tough time for him to survive this one. Tixie rolls forwards, a friend leading out the window, and AZ is going to be able to take charge of the Onyx Ravens. They didn't crash onto Brute Force with the metagame. It might have been the better choice for them. And actually now, with those 2 points that Brute Force have got, They're going to be able to leapfrog them on the tables.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been, like I said, this side of the map, 100% elimination focus. So many squads. For brute force, I think you pick your poison here is either try and get a little bit further towards that eastern side where you can start to leapfrog over towards Impala maybe in the late game, or just select this location that's out defensible where you can pick up a few elimination points for yourself. And they just go for that.
3D Max keeping things under control on the north side. They did lose a player, though. Next circle coming on through. I said this one was going to decide it. Maybe it's going to be the next, or is it just going to center up? Ooh, okay. This is interesting. It keeps 3D Max in, but it funnels teams into the danger zones for 3D Max with Narvalo exposed and potentially ready for trimming, for pruning by Gladiators.
Yeah, this is a really cruel circle, actually. I think most teams towards that far eastern side sort of expected to have a bit of a cruise towards that end game, but this now puts Heroic in a really strong position for the end game here. It's a nice spot that you can take advantage of for quite a while, and honestly, by putting brute force over towards that far western side, John, this gives them a lot of safety for a long, long time, at least until Zone 6.
One player down on the forefront for Gladiators, moving in, looking to try and cover off for the res. Narvalo taken out of the action. I said he was ready to get pruned. Not too sweet on that off angle there. Na'Vi moving on in. They have to take the fight, but CEO Later's ready for it. Axa goes down first. HamZG dropping in, descending from the high ground to chime into the battle as well, but he's not going to have quite as much an impact there. Puncher goes down, and CEO Later continues his reign of terror. Drops out, and there are still more Na'Vi players to find. The off angle, not going to work out. Kelsey handles it. HamZG goes down, and Team Spirit wanted a third party, but they're a little late to it. There's still a res going off, and if they can find an angle through a door, there's health bars that are looking a little bit lower than they'd like. Potential still to sweep through.
Yeah, and I mean, you haven't quite got the full refresh there. Look, Kelsey immediately trying to pick up some loot off the bodies instantaneously. Smart to do. Had no nades. Needed some stims as well on board. Kitsune throws a grenade in. I don't know if he hit any damage numbers on that one, so Team Spirit probably just going to divert here. They realize it's too late, and this is the smart decision, right?
Yep.
You see this happen, you think to yourself, we've waited too long, and it's just not worth continuing to press the issue there. Gladiators still taking engagement with power.
Power, though, they've lost Al-Haji. Gets flushed away with Digital Athletics, and another knock over their way as well. It's getting a little bit harder and harder as time goes on. The roll forwards for Fidan doesn't quite jump on top of Frozen there, but doesn't take too much damage in response. The vehicle, though, very, very low on the health there. Needs to hop out of that. Don't think you can take that one for another spin, but Fidan wants to mount up on the buggy. Nades continue to put this suppression forwards. Frozen is still there, right on top of the nade, and this time it's good. Catches him with the tire. Fidan, Road Warrior, gives it a nice little 360 spin. Put himself back on up, and there's the flush. Fidan takes the Gladiators, shunts them back up against the blue, and puts another point on the power tally.
Yeah, I mean, this should have been a pretty easy finish here for the Gladiators as well, considering how badly power had been forced up against that blue, like you were saying, John. But they've made it so much more difficult than it needs to be. And even so, now 3D Max are getting involved. They've headed up just behind them, ready and waiting and to have to re-push through here, John.
I mean, Heroic have just got the shift again, and this compound gets better and better for them. Hopefully they can hold it down. They are playing as 4. They've got everyone alive. The south side, RCB, are there. Still there as 4 as well. But S2G and Team Spirit also going to be pushing in from that direction. Which means that Heroic, unlikely to get full crashed for quite a while until either RCB can clear out their flank or one of the other teams takes control of that area from them.
Yeah, again, it's like you say, it's going to be hard to push over this field. Like, first point of contact here is not, can we remove Heroic from that compound? First point of contact is, can we even get towards Heroic's compound without being shot out by another 9 teams within the lobby? It's a tough scenario ahead of them.
Digital Athletics moving up a bit closer to 3D Max now, and Brute Force similarly putting pressure onto Victor on the off angle. With Robs going down, 3D Max might have just run out the clock on this spot. Didn't have a position to transition to. They haven't got too much value for it either. Just one elimination. Victor, who's feeling the pressure, and they sail straight on down. Can he find one? Gets one, goes for the spray over the bonnet, but the pump action is just too good. It's just too quick with it. And there's no way that Narvalo can keep him safe here. Look how far away he is. Falcons get eliminated in the meantime as Team Spirit descend upon them like a pack of vultures.
They really feel more like a pack of lions sometimes, though, the way they're just taking chunks out of these teams. Just removing locations that they want to control. They do need to go a little bit further now, but if they can get the backstab over towards DA, who are playing along this side, they assumed that they were protected considering the south side was held down by the Falcons.
Look at how far off the road RCB are currently down on the floor. They've dodged all of that nade damage from S2G just because they're playing one divot back. Really quite smart to hold far enough away to dodge most of that. Team Spirit shimmying up the right-hand side of the circle. Dokkan Machine last to play for Footballist KAOS. And the nade over the top might just... No, it's going too long there from effect. Dokkan Machine staying alive for just a moment longer. Just a tick.
I still don't want to invest too many grenades into this endeavor, though. One sent over the top. They did actually get a knock over towards...
Ooh. And another.
Should do it.
There it is.
Perfect. They did actually get a knock over towards Heroic, funnily enough. But Dokkan Machine in the way of that push. So halt it just a little bit. Those grenades should alert some other teams towards their presence. Good shots from Volt there.
Another nade. Just a bit short from RCB. If they put one in the right spot, this is the end of S2G. Almost entirely their vehicles going up in smoke as well. That one looks all right. Goes long. Finds a lot of damage, and 2 players already down for this S2G position. Look at the bullets peppering the ground behind them as well. It is just a maelstrom on in there. And it's not going to last too much longer. That's Brute Force actually taking shots out their way. Just Kelsey now. He's got some cover from the hay bales. But RCB playing on that ridgeline back from the road edge. And it works out.
Perfect. Up close first to face. Kitsune does get deleted though, and Effect doesn't have too much more to say about it.
Gets rebuffed there, gets a little bit too aggressive, but Naomi now in with a shot. Finds one, finds two, keeping it together for Team Spirit, but he's pulled back to earth by Scarface. Now just one player left standing, and it's Nomi. A long nade up to the high ground, but he's good. It's an off angle there to seal the deal. Heroic able to find a shot on towards the backlines of Digital Athletics. And can Team Spirit get back to their feet? Naomi's bleeding out, something awful, but the nades continue to ring out in their ears. Nomi setting his sights over to his teammate, but the timer is ticking. Can he get over there before the flush comes through?
Nade comes through, just about jumps out of the vehicle. Will he get him in time? He will indeed. Wow. I mean, saved by the bell, realistically, for Team Spirit. That shot over towards DA, but Naomi, the blind DBS shot through the smoke to open things up. It really does help having only clutch players on the team, to be honest with you, for situations like that. Even if you ever go down to 1 versus 4, still a possibility here for Team Spirit. Now up to 6 eliminations in towards the top 5 now.
RCB want to have a go. Kitsune getting some healing on. Or you'd hope anyway. Nade long from Heroic. I wonder how much more they've got in the back pocket. It doesn't feel like they're going to have too much to play with. That nade looks good. Is it going to find anything? No, it's just a little bit too short on the cook and kind of gave the game away on the position of it all. RCB, they stalled on their approach. I feel like if they'd have just run straight into Team Spirit, that was an easy sweep up, given the health bars there. But instead now, they're just going to get third-partied, naded out on the wall. There's no way they make this work, right? Silas wants to go, though. And he finds one, finds two. A nade in through the window. 2 players now on the inside. Loxy is there to try and back it up. In comes the refrag potential. Wild still out in the open, making his crash. Across from Kelsey to play a third party up to the wall, but he might not be too long for it. 2 players on the inside still for Heroic. But RCB successfully up to the wall now. This is much further than I thought they'd be able to get.
Yeah, you got the picture-in-picture there. That is the fight ongoing still between Team Spirit and Brute Force. trying to send over the top. Some of these nades have to be very accurate right now. If they want to hold off, that's a good one. Will open things up, but another nade will fly over the top. In the meantime, RCB finishes off heroic. 2 incredible engagements going on at the same time. Now just Nomi, who has a big task ahead of him.
A lot of work to do here. 3 players to do it against. The rest of his team now done and dusted. Do they know he's behind the car? I think they might do. No! He steps out straight. 1, 2, line up. Is he going to be able to find another shot? Not quite. Nomi finally dispatched. They didn't have time to third party onto the push for RCB. RCB looking to put themselves back together, but Kelsey's on the inside track. Does he have a charge? A way in, potentially? Finding an open door? No, he doesn't. He's shut out. Closed away. Both teams now licking their wounds, preparing for the final fight.
I mean, for RCB to take that fight and go up with 4 players is incredible, to say the least. I think for Team Spirit, they'll be still pleased with that game. They went through they went to hell and back to get that position. Took some really tough fights. Just not meant to be. Now down to Brute Force and Regnum Kaya. Esports. Brute Force looking to double their overall points potential after this game.
Brute Force have spread out quite the line on the north edge here. A real breath of fresh air for this team. At a much needed juncture. They've got the inside of the circle. This is good control. I don't know how many vehicles are available for RCB. But the smoke's there just to cover off these sightlines. Brute Force playing the waiting game here. Forcing RCB to move out, to reposition into less favorable positions as the circle pushes them in. They know they've got the advantage here. But that ditch that they sat in right now, that's a nade funnel, and one's flying right over the top right now. Bouncing up, bouncing high, but not quite, tagging more damage than they can handle at this stage. Kiss the furthest forwards, but Brute Force still have so much control with Neos on the outside. RCB, they're just going to start lining up. What can they do against this angle? I don't think they're going to be able to make it out.
Getting themselves excavated out here is not easy. And I think they're lacking on the nades now as well to make this work. Pre-pod to finish them off. They have to move soon. The blue is at their back, and it's just wild. Low HP. This should be an easy game for Brute Force.
Just silence remaining, and the blue zone claims its final victim. Brute Force from rags to, I won't say riches. They haven't managed to get too much further up the tables, but my goodness, what a breath for them. They can breathe a sigh of relief, but they have to go again because they've still got a long way to go, but they know they can do it now. And that's going to be a great boost to the confidence. You can see Prepod shaking it off there after that match.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming for these guys. I mean, we know they can do well, but they just have not, as of recently, been able to put up that same kind of performance. So I'm pleased to see this happen now for Brute Force, being able to get those points available to themselves and get something done with it, really, because it's been a while we've been waiting for this to come through.
Has your cat jumped up on your desk by any chance? Is he giving you trouble?
He's in the wires.
Okay. I feel like your microphone just got turned down quite a lot. So you might want to check on that one. A little bit of a third party coming on in for the broadcast. There were the player stats. Let's take a look at the rankings from that one. Brute Force, 22 points at the top. But Team Spirit, 10, keeping that chase up. Power, 10, keeping that top spot under control. S2G, keeping it nice and simple with a further double-digit performance.
I hope that's better.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, yeah, a good game from Brute Force. Regnum Kaya brought in a great position also, 13 points. S2G, 10 points. Just putting up those points consistently time and time again for them, and Team Spirit in fourth with 10 points total for themselves. I think S2G and Team Spirit are very similar in play styles in the sense that they're able to get through some very tough times despite the locations they find themselves in.
Some difficult locations, I think, across the board on that last match. It was quite interesting to see the dynamics there. Down on the second page, 3D Max, despite their position on the northwest side, weren't able to do too much with it. It was Brute Force who, in the end, took that position from them and did, in fact, win from it. So it's an unfortunate turn for them. But again, moneymakers down here on the bottom page. NIGMA Galaxy as well. Maybe having a less than illustrious finish that they've been so accustomed to over the last few games. They were denied that this time around.
Yeah, I think for NIGMA Galaxy, things just sort of went all wrong as soon as they got themselves into that engagement. I think Team Spirit sort of took advantage of the location, right? And were able to pick themselves for a huge amount of points overall. Is our top damage dealers. You know, Team Spirit, this is the amount of engagements they found themselves in, 1,800. Similarly for DA, good job to them. Finally got overcome there. But 8 eliminations for Power as well. So still turning up the heat for that team.
Yeah, absolutely. They still kept it on going. We saw some great stuff from Alhaji in that game as well, playing solo defense against 3 of them. I can see you've got an encroaching terror that's causing problems on your desk there.
There we go. He's gone now.
He's getting third parties. Blank is getting third parties in real life. Which cat is it? Which cat is it? I've got to know.
That's the large Maine Coon.
Oh, the large and evil Maine Coon. Oh, can't get rid of him. Unfortunately, you got to love him. Power Esports at the top of the tables there, 91 points. 88 points in second place for NIGMA Galaxy, meaning that NIGMA Galaxy have been bumped off that top spot. And 91 points is starting to get to look like a decent lead here. RCB in third with 79, starting to widen that gap between first, second, and third.
Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit further out, but honestly, for both those teams at the top, they completely deserve to be where they are currently. Footballist KAOS, 52 points currently. BEŞİKTAŞ at 51. So 2 teams that had a fairly decent day yesterday just weren't able to continue that kind of performance into today, which is fair enough. Na'Vi, 29 points. Heroic, after that game, were able to pump things up a little bit. And IWNRX, close. Not quite there just yet, heading into 20th place.
Onyx Ravens still yet to get that leapfrog on. And that is not going to be a good look for IWNRX going into the next day in the last place. And there's still another match for Onyx Ravens to try and leapfrog it. Can they do it? We'll have to wait and see after the break. Welcome back for our final match here today of the PMSL EMEA. We've got one more Miramar up and on the cards for you. A West of Impala finish for that last game, and it went the way of Brute Force, which is a bit of a turn up for the books this week. They have not been having the best of times so far, so good to see them get a little bit of something here and catapult themselves away from the bottom of those tables.
Yeah, awesome to see overall. I think that they've been looking for a game like this for quite some time now, but just hasn't quite appeared. Onyx Ravens, not ideal. Here's your money makers on side. Still trying to get back into the swing of things. They're having themselves a little bit of a slightly weak week so far. And only the INFINIX G20 Pro can possibly help them here over at the PMSL, our official smartphone sponsor.
Yeah, that GT20 Pro looking pretty clean, fresh, and powerful in the hands of all of these players. And could be in your hands too. Take a leaf out of their book. I'm sure you'll be plenty happy with it, but we are getting underway with our final match of the day. These days, they just keep flying by, Blank. This action just keeps unfolding right before our very eyes. I'm having a great time with it. I think that we've seen some really... Oh, you okay, Kitsune? Just get that one out of his system. That's his thinking face. That's how you know he is ready and raring to go for this this final match. One of the biggest brains in the scene. Still, can be nervous at times. Not for Power though. They're having a great day today. They're in #1 place right now.
It's nice to see a smile out of Power, honestly.
That's true. Yeah, they
really
they
serious day for them so far today. But yeah, we're final Miramar of the day before we say goodbye, but not for long. We'll be back tomorrow. But we are down towards the south side of the map, heading up towards Tierra Blanca from Tartona.
All the way on that eastern side of the map. El Pozzo, La Cobraria, going to be difficult to drop to. I'm interested to see where Gladiators end up going here, to see if they try and maybe hot drop on someone, or if they're going to have researched the place they can go. Potential for Los Leones to drop around that area. You can share Picado as well, although when we see two teams dropping in Picado, generally they end up just sitting there until the blue zone kills all of them, which we absolutely hate. Looks like a Los Leones drop potentially for Gladiators, certainly just to the south of it. They want to grab some vehicles potentially and find their way out, or a split trash drop on Miramar, which can do pretty well, but Heroic might be right on top of them. Slower to the ground though.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward one there. I think one player does go down. I believe that was from the Gladiators. See them to get into the vehicles and get out of there. So already our first casualty of the game.
Not too sure it was
Wow.
from the Gladiators there. Could be. Sorry, were you seeing some numbers on the screen? I was
Wow,
trying to...
hard shift towards that northern side. I haven't seen that in quite some time.
Yeah. I said I wanted an
Yes.
Oasis finish, but...
Yeah, maybe. There's the potential for it. Look here. Yeah, Gladiators down 1. Still suffering.
South Los Leones drop. It's going for someone else's drop spot. It's not going to happen. It's not going to go well.
You better make sure you've got your fighting face on. Good to go by the time you get down there. 60 points for Team Spirit on the day. Very impressive. Looking to potentially get some more points in this final game. Really see themselves happy for the rest of their 4 days. Heroic looking to clear out the rest of the players, just slowly flowing through these buildings. Frozen realizes he's got to get out of dodge.
He's really not got anywhere to go. Look at that. And there's an off angle for Ragnarok. He's penned in, but there's an off angle for him as well. So they know where he is now. Going to be difficult for him to make a move on that one. Wonder how that's going to unfold. In the meantime, I thought Malloy just vaulted himself up onto the roof there, but he's on the high ground behind. Satan trying to hold close, but 2 pump actions better than 1. Virtus Pro put him down. Satan. Actually, the whole of Falcons go out. Okay. I missed that. Either way, Virtus Pro 4 points.
Damn. Yeah.
Whoa,
almost
look
immediate. Yeah, Frozen on the sidelines here.
Is he? Did they?
Oh,
No
that's so
way.
difficult to deal with.
No way. I don't think they know. They got the knock, but then... Oh, no, they do.
Yeah. Just have to jump out the building. Unfortunately, there really wasn't any angles there coming through from the Gladiators. I suppose you can't see behind this wall. They're not Superman. No X-ray vision. Nade's a bit short from Heroic. Hassan potentially looking for one of his own. But yeah, Gladiators find themselves in a very sticky situation, which I'm sure that they're going to find woe to pry themselves out of.
Tixie up top, AZ. His duo. The Heroic in control. The sharks in the water beneath the Gladiators right now. A nade up top. That looks good. Ooh, just short of the window. A bit too long on the Kirk. AZ. Trying to get a little bit of a sneak peek. It's like watching a zombie film. The horde's outside. You know they're going to get in at some point. Just a matter of when. Oh, he sees ahead.
Just about sees his
Ooh,
noggin,
no.
yeah.
Uh-oh.
But now he's been spotted. I think that's from Ragnarok, I believe, across the way.
We've got some sneaky angles in this area, but difficult. Tixie, I mean, he was ready for that. The hop out there. And you can't hop out the rear window. The staircase blocks your vision towards that angle. And Tixie knows it. He can isolate a fight. And all too effective in it. Finding a point and a little bit of an answer towards Heroic, who now have to play on as 3 if they're able to actually get this one. Because AZ has managed to make a full escape here.
Yeah, at least being able to get one elimination. Not so bad. Out comes the smoke. And it dribbles down the stairs. I don't think
that was a bit better.
What they wanted. Yeah, there you go.
That's exactly what you need as well, because it allows a player to vault out and have the weapon out whilst going for the fight. They know that angle. You can find 2 angles there when they opt to go for it. But it looks like they are just going to bide their time. Tixie knows that there's basically only one way in and out of this engagement. And he's got it covered off.
Yeah, they've got them locked in for quite a while. That's another knock found as Ragnarok hits the top of the stairs. Yeah, they're not making this fight at all easy.
That smoke was the only reason they were able to get multiple people out. And I think if Tixie had held his nerve on that angle, he just gets another at least there. That just shows you how strong of a player he can be, given the right scenario. But the Gladiators not able to put them in the right position there. But 2 points still collected off what should have been a really terrible, terrible game for them. Will be better than nothing. Freezer spots Puncher. And there is no way you get speed up enough. As soon as you hop in that vehicle, start to move, you're done for. You're dusted. Similar story for 6 as he tries to go up slow on the ramp on the side of the road. And Brute Force are playing pretty shrouded in mystery right now. They've managed to find 2 points where they're coming off the back of a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I mean, not bad. I mean, sort that momentum that you were looking for, right? But coming into it at the end of the day is obviously not ideal. Not the sort of thing you were looking for at this point in the game. But you'll take it. You'll take it. If that was the game that Brute Force needed to regain some of their confidence into these matches, better it comes at the end of day 2 as opposed to day 5.
Yeah, it's something that you just have to take. Sometimes you just have to take the lumps with the likes. The good with the bad. Or the bad with the good, rather, in this case. 3D Max. They've managed to push into a fairly decent position. Up in close to the middle of the circle here. Nicely found. Amongst Foot Chaos, amongst Power. Magnum, Bright, Esports, S2G, all quite central in this next circle. They've crunched in quite early to the north side of water treatment. Virtus Pro and NIGMA Galaxy on that southwest edge. The Team Spirit a little bit further out of the way on that southwest side, over by Monte Nuevo. This engagement between the 2 teams here on your screen, Virtus Pro and NIGMA Galaxy, has the potential to get third-partied from a late incursion from Team Spirit.
Yeah, potentially an availability there in Spirit to get inside, but we're heading towards stage 2 now. See where this one shifts off to. You got a very much clean band-aid almost of players across the center of the map here, but most are happy with this shift because they're already in over towards Cruz de Valle on that north side of Hacienda.
Later. Taking shots from Lord, but it's a little bit too far out to connect fully. It's not to mean that they aren't going to have their problems. They are very close to one another. Ralph wants to try and catch a wheel, a window, a shot through one or the other. Might give them what they're looking for, but they're not going to be finding it today. Ralph does take a bit of damage and has to slink away, defeated on that one, after skirting the edge on the north side of San Martin. And Hacienda, S2G find themselves the longhouse to the south side of water treatment. Actually might try and poke their noses in towards RCB as well, a little bit more central.
Yeah, I mean, for RCB, this is going to be a bit of a test for them again. Central position. But I'm wondering whether they're going to get shifted off it. They did a good job to remove Heroic on that last game. I like that a lot. But again, some of their defenses have been slightly weak. A lot of times they win their games when teams just leave them alone. Not willing to take the fight on the compound, but teams are getting more and more confident to go for those Hail Mary pushes. And the RCB has just not quite been able to hold on to it. Squeeze the vehicle through the gap there for Virtus Pro. They're making a wide wrap on the northern side of the map at the moment. Are you looking to cut in round about Cruz de Valle?
See what they can get past Oasis now. Over towards the side of Torre Armada, the Onyx Ravens are there. Oh, this is the early drop that brought Gladiators to their knees and similarly trimmed down the numbers on Heroic. You see what I mean there? He didn't have the rounds to do it, actually, looking at the UMP, so that kind of makes sense why he backed off the angle, but still, he had the legs. Could have tried to kick out the ankle, but didn't quite have the ammunition to do it. Maybe a weapon swap, but in the heat of the moment, he thought best back off the angle, try and go for a second part of the fight.
Had a second weapon, right? Because forced up the stairs almost immediately. Tough situation. I think he did the best he could. The best he could. All right, it's a long day.
Oh dear. Virtus Pro, they have got 4 points already, but they're sweeping in late now on the northern side, near to Foot Chaos. Can they find an opening? Are they going to try and skirt further east, actually, towards the Onyx Ravens? The Shrink goes out to the northeast, so maybe more incentive to do so now. Try and take control of some of the ground around there. Na'Vi, quite central on this one, but they've only got 2 players standing in there. Na'Vi definitely have not had the best of times over the course of their games so far. I think they're the lowest performing team that's played both days right now, which is not where you want to be.
No, I mean, for Na'Vi, there is just this sense that they don't quite equal up to the matching inside this lobby. And again, you have to have some teams like that. Within the PMSL, some great shots from Prepod here. Goodness me, he pops them both out almost immediately. You have to have teams like that. Just because you also have to have teams like Team Spirit, NIGMA Galaxy, S2G, right? It's just the way it works. You have teams towards the top and teams towards the bottom. But we have more of those middling teams than we would in most tournaments we have seen throughout the past years. No longer is a case of just a couple of teams at the top and then you've got everyone else doing poorly towards the bottom of the leaderboards. This time around, it's just a few teams that aren't able to quite make that cut. Whereas we have a ton of teams who are on the precipice of it right now. Prepod is on a tear, though. Going up against loads of separate teams at the moment.
Prepod bullying Virtus Pro back. Freezer does get rezzed. Ado on the off angle nearly finds the broadside onto Malloy, but He tucks himself away in a divot to weather the storm for now, and Ado denied the angle. In the meantime, takes the fight over towards Onyx Ravens. He's right on the outside of the blue. Prepod low, but Virtus.pro are slowly just giving ground, and I feel like this is the right play. Draw Brute Force in closer, force them to make a misstep. Play along this ridgeline that you've got at your back. Unfortunately, their ground will be cut off by 3D Max eventually, but they've still got some more to play with.
I mean, for 3D Max, holding this line is not a bad idea, but yeah, it's going to take a bit of a battering ram to get through. Corker has been really good today, and Brute Force is no less than any other team that he's come against so far. Just finally get put down, but not before impacting a huge amount of damage over towards Brute Force. He's done his job as a frontliner.
And there's Milky Way opening up with the MG3. Nade over towards Corker. Does a tickle of damage. Milky Way goes low, but they can still res this. And Ado takes a bit too much for his liking. There's the knock onto Milky Way into the backlines, actually, with a follow-up nade. Ado under pressure with the DBS, but Prepod has an angle to try and hold as well. Furia close by. But he is still alive. He is still up and kicking. The blue zone now starting to envelop, and Ado all but done for here. A nade over the top. No, just trying to put in a smoke to maybe give us some cover. Furia has a nade of his own. The pin is pulled, cooking it up towards Prepod. Launches it high, launches it long, but doesn't quite connect. Prepod has to turn away. Brute Force denied.
Just a little bit far. Prepod has to leave now. 7 eliminations, though, for Virtus.pro. Make that 8. That elimination goes through. Furia and Corker doing the lion's shares of the work. Like you said, the ensuing push down towards the circle itself is going to be pretty difficult. Team Spirit get themselves up towards that lip down on water treatment. Looking over towards RCB. Right now it's Power who have a really strong spot. Okay, Prepod. It's taking the fight with everyone in the lobby, are we?
It just keeps going. Why not? 3D Max. Oh, they really want to get Novallo healed up, but we've got quite a big split on this high ground. And Virtus.pro at their back, who have been through the wars now. 8 eliminations. They're potentially looking to sweep along the ridgeline. Maybe they'll change their tune. We'll have to wait and see. RCB tucked away on the south edge with S2G close by.
Moneymakers probably make it the furthest into one of their games so far over on this eastern edge, and more likely to get a little bit further with this position. Mentioned Navi earlier on, currently just in the arbiters of that northeastern side for now. But it's Pro coming through, looking to finish off the final player in Brute Force, but not going down without a fight. That's definitely to be said here.
Oh, there's off angles as well, and that was 3D Max doing a lot of damage, but the rear axle, the garroting line of metal sweeps across the throat of Prepod there. And they are choked away. Unfortunately for Virtus.pro, they've lost a player. The off angle from SnowX from 3D Max, you can see how strong this high ground has been for them. It's the first time they've kind of had an impact here, and they didn't even get the point for it.
No, I mean, 9 eliminations, though. Very good for them. They'll be happy with this game, despite more likely going out soonish, say. Still had a good showing here. 3D Max looking to pick up a couple more elimination points off the back of this. But now 1.
Team Spirit up above the remnants of Virtus.pro there on the south edge, guarding out the water treatment area. Water treatment is always kind of a last-ditch resort to hold as a position. You just cut yourself off entirely from any information, from any real hope of getting out of there. But it's not going to stop them from trying. Virtus.pro trying to make their route out through NIGMA Galaxy. And so far, seemingly, going to be able to do so. I'm not too sure how they managed that. But Malloy's alive.
Yeah, NIGMA Galaxy took a couple of knocks earlier on, right? Went down to 2 players, so they've been struggling themselves and didn't want to pop up too much. But here comes a nade over the top. That is a long one. Might bounce nicely. We'll never know.
Don't think it did.
Head back over to the map feed.
Yeah, we want to see the circle. Yeah. Slap bang straight on top of Power, who don't really need the help, but they'll take it. They are all too happy to be the beneficiaries of that shift. Virtus Pro in, but Team Spirit very quick to align themselves to take on the remnants of NIGMA Galaxy. Watch for that rotation from 3D Max. S2G currently the hot button team right now on the south side. Do they go forwards? Do they go through RCB? Do they try and sweep past Team Spirit, or do they go east and try and take on DA?
Yeah, it's a hard climb for S2G back up towards that western side. The real benefit to them right now is that they're closer towards that circle, so they can cut Team Spirit off. Team Spirit, it's more than likely a question of moving up towards this north side. You can see them right now looking to clear out Luther. I think a nade should be good on him. From effect, actually sends it over towards the east. So I don't think they have any ideas of where Luther is currently. But Effect could easily hit that nade. Will instead opt to send it over towards Malloy.
Effect.
Nah, he just sees him now. Probably calling for a teammate to bring some nades now. Guys, I missed him.
God, I used all my nades, guys. Someone else have a go. Have a crack. And look at that. They're going to move... potentially. I thought... Oh, no. No, they aren't. I thought they were going to move Kitsune into a position to go for that nade setup there. You can see him just a little bit further out west, holding their off angle there, watching out north for any wide sweeps that could come in late as the blue zone pushes.
I don't know if you saw, but Fury has been able to run across open ground all the way out and towards the center of the circle. Effect just saw him.
That's actually really easy. Just don't get shot by anyone.
Yeah.
It's that simple. Crazy that he was able to do that. But I think the Galaxy trying to reposition. Finally, 3D Max take the initiative and move down south to fight off against Team Spirit. But they fall short yet again. They don't quite commit all the way.
We did see, actually, S2G get a shot over towards Effect.
Ooh.
Sells out of the way for a bit too long. Coops, masterful when it comes to dodging those vehicles.
Uh-oh.
I don't know how we lived for that long.
Oh, dear. How does Victor get away with that? They lose Robs, but they stay alive as 3. I have to figure something else out, though. Team Spirit moving into RCB's compound. Naomi not down yet. Nomi low. Kitsune up into the wall. Silas looking for that off angle, trying to line them up, but he's taken a nade. Kitsune allowed around. Kiss with a nade on the cook. Wants to put it out towards the back, but might just send it a little bit too far. Pulls out the SK-12. Peppered in the back, but stays alive for now. Wild on the back, looking for a heal as well. There's a nade. It's bounced in. Came from Kitsune, and it's the first casualty of this engagement. Effect has already gone down on this fight, which means there's only 3. A flush out, and it leaves RCB and Team Spirit 3 versus 3. A nade in. Silas down.
Ooh. Yeah, Effect actually went down early to S2G, back towards that western side. So this has just been a full-on 3v4 so far. And Team Spirit's making it work. And I mean, you take the hard route, potentially an easy future, and Team Spirit takes control of the concretes. Love this. And I think that now they've taken 2 players out, they can be pretty comfortable just to hold in the concretes here. They know that S2G eventually will be coming, though. That is the trouble. But if you leave 2 players alive on RCB, potentially have a handshake moment, and S2G has a harder time to make it down towards the east.
Malloy trying to slow the roll of 3D Max, and it's working out. Furia still out in the open, close to Stoics now from 3D Max as well. So if either of them are able to win out their trade, it looks like Malloy has an off angle. And Furia has the backup of his teammate, despite him being all the way out in the blue. And he's got his teammates back too. Now Valo goes down, and Malloy now opened up. He can allow Furia to launch himself forwards, but it's not going to work out. Virtus Pro. Incredible that Malloy has been able to survive up in these hills, but his teammate is down on the front. Furia was able to hold face for long enough to allow Malloy now to get in, but a bobbly road ahead of him. Needs to be short. He doesn't flip the vehicle.
They need a knock on the approach here, John, as they come forward. Naomi drops out. Kelsey almost goes down, and he looks to finish business here. Cannot locate him, but the nade will. CEO laters afterwards. This is a great hold from Team Spirit when it all looked pretty hopeless for them.
They will continue to get these flushes as well. Razy and Hamzy now the last to stand. A nade in. And Nomi's down. That's a forward position. They can renade that. That should be easy. Picking them apart. Down to 2 versus 2 now. Naomi and Kitsune looking to try and take this one home. It was Naomi in effect before to get the duo win over an Erangel, and now on Miramar, it's Kitsune and Naomi's turn, but Wild could be the wild card here as Loxy has fallen for RCB. They might try and overinvest into going for this res. Hamzy, the last now to stand for S2G on this crash. Wild playing the counterpoint to it.
A 2v1v1. Naomi will get a big old refresh. Some much needed weapons and armor. And it's all, this is what I always say, is it's much smarter to try and crash over towards the concretes on these buildings, especially if you know you're going to be assaulted soon, which Team Spirit certainly did over with S2G that we're going to come in shortly. Nade here, pulled out by Naomi. Insane with the nades. Almost hits it perfect there.
Wild extracted himself from this fight. Another nade goes low. How does he do that?
Unreal.
Naomi launches one hell of a nade after one hell of a nade and takes down the backlines. He knew exactly where those repositions were going. He knows the angles perfectly. And Naomi brutally takes down the rest of S2G. Team Spirit should be happy with this hold. That was really, really strong stuff.
In the meantime, you will have RCB still in this one, but Onyx Ravens attempted to take it over towards Power. And Virtus Pro have been through the ringer. Despite that, they're still in the game. DA with probably the best chance on this game here over towards that eastern side, John.
But they haven't count Power out either. They've got some buildings to play around on that northern edge. It looks like Onyx Ravens are slowly starting to falter here. 7 elims for Furia already. My goodness.
Putting in the work here. Team Spirit looking to finish off Wild. Yet to leave the compound alongside with them. They go either way, 5 eliminations. They want to get a little bit further into this game, but 12 eliminations for Virtus Pro. This has been wild for them. Great jump out from Coops. Weathered an absolute storm, but not quite long enough.
No, not quite. Just out. Wild, very, very low. Kitsune. Actually, it's Naomi to take the shot through the window there. Does get the tickle. They're pretty healthy on the helmet armor there for Naomi. No nades, though. 2 smokes. Will be very valuable. DA with an off angle there. Will be wary. And you can see easy as well from Power. Doesn't have much ammo in the back pocket for that Mini 14. The DBS is the secondary. So as soon as those 22 rounds or so are unleashed, he's either going to need a resupply. Oh my
god, this is horrid.
So awful for Naomi. Has to re-divert the spray from DA. He gets to a tree for a little bit of cover, but he doesn't quite tuck in enough. And Naomi should get flushed away here. Kitsune, how much further can he go? Because there's a nade bobbling his way behind his vehicle. I think he's just in the zone here.
Yeah, just about. We'll have to deal with Virtus Pro eventually. Looks down. Back over towards the vehicle. Looks over towards DA. A lot of teams refusing to get into fights here. Quite a few teams with high counts in terms of members. So we would like to get a few more players up here. Good
Big
shots. Nice pick, like you say, John.
A really important pickup as well. Bringing Virtus Pro down to just 1 player changes the dynamic of that northern side quite immensely here. Power now wanting to roll on in. Easy. Fidan on the off angle with the blue zone cutting off their potential paths. It's only a matter of time. But Ali, nade at the back, brings Fidan to half HP now. The UMP gets a little bit more effective at that HP range. Needs to hold his angles. Has got Lath on a refrag as well. That smoke allows him to break out to the wall. Potentially unexpected. Covering across. Kante not quite finding an off angle that he wants. Easy. Waiting for the break of the wall. And there's the crossfire. Ali lights up Easy. Gets the knock. Gets the spray down. Gets that frag. Fidan wants the challenge, but he's just not going to be able to tag on the damage, unfortunately. Power going low. Onyx Ravens sweeping out this northern side. Fidan goes super, super low. Doesn't go down just yet. 9 rounds in the UMP left. Gets that reload off. And that should be Fidan. All done and dusted. But Kante has something to say about it. 1 versus 1. Lath and Kante on the northern edge to try and clean things out. It's going to be
nice.
Lath to win it out with the DBS.
I mean, for Ali, I would have been terribly disappointed if Lath wasn't able to clean that fight out. He'd done so much work for them. But it's Malloy that makes it into a top 3 position. Kitsune went down earlier to him.
10 points on the game for Team Spirit. And a good day. They've managed to find 70 points, I think that puts them on, or somewhere close to that.
Yep.
Off that result. A really strong day one for them.
I think it's a 72-pointer so far. But can't really not talk about the duo 13 elim game coming through right now. The Virtus Pro.
Ooh, nearly ended just then.
Yeah. Nowhere it really can go here. I think both Onyx Ravens and Virtus Pro know in the back of their minds that they are bowed out now as we head into Zone 9.
Lath, the one to be able to take down the point as well. 13 elims in third place. That's very, very impressive stuff. Especially from Furia. I think he racked up 7 elims by the end of this. DA, they've got the middle of the circle. They don't need to be too bold with this. As soon as those walls get breached, you know, it's all in your favor. They've got that side angle established with Scarface. Is there any util left in the pockets of the Onyx Ravens here? They've managed to get 6 elims on the match. Scarface wants the challenge with the P90. Gets 1, but goes quite low. Has to be worried. I don't think they have time for the res even. All he needs to do is slow them down. And the blue zone will do their job for them. It's not even going to need to go that far. It will be DA keeping people at bay, playing at distance, ever controlling, ever choking on the rest of these lobby circles. A really strong presence, and finally getting past that finishing line, getting to that chicken dinner. That's what you want to see if you're a DA fan.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen a kind of win like this. The hell? So sad.
Stop fooling around.
Him. Stop fooling around. Put your bag on. We're going home.
I mean, they'll be
pack
happy.
your bags. You're leaving.
Goodness me. Well, they were pretty brutally behaved in that last match, it has to be said. That seems to just continue to be DA's characteristic style, though. Staying at distance, not really getting too aggressive, but some of the most accurate at that middle distance engagement in this lobby. And it showed off quite well there as teams really struggled to move around unscathed by them.
Ali with 570 damage done. I'd probably liken Ali to a bit of a Al-Haji from last year, right? You know, not on the greatest team in the world, but certainly still putting up numbers as a bit of a upcoming star within his region. Ended up with 12 points here. Virtus Pro making second place and almost toppling Digital Athletics' record there with the 19 points is sort of insane.
That is...
Team Spirit in fourth place, 10 points. Good stuff.
Really impressive. Yeah, impressive first day in this week for Team Spirit. We know they're a strong team, right? And they have just outperformed, I think, everybody else in their single day on today's matches. They've just kept these 10 points rolling in, and then they get those chicken dinners. I think they got they got their 15 elim chicken dinner right earlier on today. So just adding up those totals, something nasty.
Yeah, it's great to see overall so far for Team Spirit. And I mean, they set a precedent today versus IWNRX. 3D Max with 2 points. I think 3D Max have had a much better day today. You know, it hasn't been super explosive in terms of points, but they have been slowly accruing them over time. And I think they're on a decent position within the overall leaderboards right now.
Yeah.
There has been definitely a change in playstyle for them. That much is obvious.
Yeah, they seem more cohesive, more able to play off one another. I think their position taking has been, their decision making on the rotations, I think, is the big change that has come through, right? Being a little bit more decisive and actually effectively holding the positions that they call out for.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that is a really important thing to consider for that team in general, just because, like, before it felt like they didn't really know what they were wanting to achieve here in these games, how they wanted to make those rotations. A lot of it kind of came down to, we want to annihilate S2G. I don't think that plan is working out so well anymore, and they've stopped doing that as much now, which is nice to see. And they're sort of learning, if anything, from their rivals in S2G on how to navigate these circles from the position on the map they are. So this has been a great learning experience overall for them.
Hopefully so, and hopefully they can take those lessons with them into the future. Oh, okay. Surprise, MVP. It's Nomi from Team Spirit. I don't think you could have really reasonably predicted too many other people. I mean, maybe another player from Team Spirit. Potentially either Lord or Coops from NIGMA Galaxy could have been in with a shout here. I feel like they've had a strong day, not in that last match, of course, but overall, we've been kind of happy with what they've developed and shown off the back of a poor finish to last week.
Yeah, I think definitely Lord would have been a good contender here. But Nomi makes sense. He makes sense massively to have him here as our MVP of the day. He'd been hitting some shots after shots. Scott, let's try to find out who they're going up against tomorrow again.
Oh, do we know their challenge? I'm not entirely sure who the challenge is. Okay.
I see.
We've just been told that they have yet to make their decision. They're keeping it under wraps for now.
Deliberating.
It's a secret, but first, we've got overalls to look at, which is kind of what everybody is looking forward to, I think, at the end of this first day. See where Team Spirit were able to finish out on the overall standings. Of course, they only have those 6 matches played, but they are up in 7th place. This is where IWNRX were at the end of their first day last week when they debuted in day 2 as well. So a great result for Team Spirit. 2 chicken dinners on the day to jump up here. And the fact that they're only 28 points behind Power in first place on one day is kind of nuts.
Yeah, it's slightly frightening. I mean, they are literally the only team with 6 matches played that are on the first page here of the leaderboards. I mean, it's almost a 12-point average, which is ridiculous from game to game. But it's nice to see. NIGMA Galaxy, though, performing well. I think they've adjusted their playstyle nicely coming into today. I hope that continues. A lot more of that play where they stick together and try and play off the back of Lord and Coops whilst making some good decisions in terms of compounds. Ragnum Kaya brought Esports. They didn't fall off. I think it was around about half the points they accrued yesterday they were able to do today, but that still puts them in a decent position. Just want to see more of it. With that last game, that shoots Digital Athletics up to 54 points. I feel like football is chaos and BEŞİKTAŞ just haven't moved. Well, BEŞİKTAŞ hasn't played, so.
I mean, they were in 2nd, I think, at the start of the day, so they've dropped a fair way, I think it's safe to say. But look, Digital Athletics, 54 points. It's gone under the radar, but they have just continually been mincing these games. And like 70 points from Team Spirit has overshadowed it somewhat, but they've beaten BEŞİKTAŞ. I'm not entirely sure what the score was, what the top spot was at the start of today, but I feel like 54 points is bloody close to whatever it was. And the fact that they've been able to do that, you should not go unnoticed. So they are in 9th place, but on 6 matches, those averages are some of the strongest in the lobby.
Yeah, it's good. It's really, really good. I think it was around about 53 coming through, maybe 57 coming through from Power. I'll have to check, but it was definitely in the 50s, like you were saying, John. Brute Force back up to 13th place. And with that, we see IWNRX in 20th place. Even Onyx Ravens did better than them.
Well, let's go. All right.
Big. Yeah, that just shows how horrendous of a day they had yesterday. Here's our daily winners of day 2. Sanhok went over to Power with a little sandwich victory from NIGMA Galaxy between the 2 team spirits at the start of our angles and the finish of our angles. Overall, it's been a good day for games, I would say, and teams that kind of deserve to get those points after making adjustments.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that every single win here, you're right, it felt deserved for the positions that they played. Even Brute Force, right? Like, they played their game very, very well on that Miramar that they were able to win. Digital Athletics, they just had so much control. Every single time you see Team Spirit win, it's almost certainly deserved. I think the highlight, of course, that Mansion victory. The pair play coming through from Effect and Nomi.
Yeah, absolutely insane day. An insane game from Team Spirit. And you can only expect more of the same coming through to tomorrow. So definitely stick around, come back, even if you watch the first couple of games and then maybe you return for the last couple as well. That's absolutely fine. We appreciate you having you here. And if you haven't already filled out the survey, please do.
Oh,
It'd
definitely.
be really cool of you.
Let us know what you
Please.
think. Who's your favourite player? Who's your favourite caster? And you
It's
can.
not me, probably.
No, it's definitely, of course, Jason Kaplan, who is
Correct.
I think he did a little bit of a watch party. I think the other day for the CSA region.
Yeah,
Lovely
good.
to
Yes,
see
I
him and
mean,
Max Man.
There's lots of things popping off right now for us EU commentators. You can find us dotted all around the place at the moment.
We're everywhere. We're cutting about, just like NIGMA Galaxy and Digital Athletics on their stats.
Wow.
Today, that
elite stats.
That is elite from Digital Athletics. This is what I was saying. It feels like they've just flown under the radar entirely today, but they've been putting up numbers.
This is a great graphic to have as well, just showing that even though NIGMA Galaxy did quite well, you're right, they were definitely overshadowed now by what Digital Athletics were able to do. The 1-3-3-7 though just makes this all the better. Nice little.
It's like one of the nicest numbers. Very difficult to beat that one. We're still waiting on the TDM challenge announcement, by the way, from Nomi. I think this will be the second time that Nomi has won an MVP. He won it the first day of the first week, I believe.
And he's won it the first day of his first day of the first week.
The second week, right?
Yeah.
And last time they called out Gladiators, which of course was Kitsune's old home.
Be funny if they did it again.
They did win, right? They did win it last time. So, I mean, maybe. But then again, maybe you just go for like IWNRX and really put like the hurt on them. Are they allowed to select them if they weren't playing today? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, they selected Twisted Minds for today. They weren't playing today.
That's true.
No, that's not true.
But they were playing yesterday. So, like, I'm not entirely sure on the rulings on that, but we are still waiting on word for that one to go through. I think a big resurgence for today, or a big emergence rather, has been Power. Certainly, their first week was fine.
Surge of power, you could say.
Oh, I like it. But they finished in 13th place last week, right? Which is kind of not very notable. They got 126 points, but today and the rest of week 2, they've been able to get 90, close to 100 points, I think it was, towards the end. They were doing some really,
91,
really powerful stuff. Yeah, they did a really great bid for the top of the tables, almost breaking into triple digits and nearly matching, or close to it, their first week score.
Yeah, I think the first week score, when you say they came out in 13th place, it doesn't sound great, but the amount of teams that are around that area with 140 points was drastic. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. 8th place was 136, right? Which is only 10 points more than 13th. So
so it's I think for Power they've done really well, and it's nice that the team has decided, look, Al-Hadji's putting in a lot of work. Maybe we should do the same, because I think he is the epitome of locked in during this tournament, right? His eyes are so focused on the games all the time, and I respect to him. I think he is really trying to make a name for himself out here in the PMSL EMEA. I'd even go as far to say that he already has made a name for himself. I mean, even during those trash talk sessions and the team ranking sessions, people call him out. Silas even called out Al-Hadji as being a really strong player.
Yeah.
If you want to keep up to date with all the strong players and upcoming players here in the PMSL, and even PMSLs around the world, you can check us out over on our socials down below there, over at pubgmobile.europe official, which is pretty much the same, just a little bit of variation between most of our socials.
Make sure you're checking that out. We are still just about to get our official announcement of the TDM challenge. I was just looking up some of the stats actually on today's games, and surprisingly, actually to me, and I think potentially to you as well, for Power Esports, their best performing player was Fidan on the MVP statistics. 11 eliminations, 2,192 damage there as well, which is pretty effective. And guess who the second best performing player was? That's right, it's easy. He is on also 11 eliminations, 2,170 damage on the day. So very, very close stats.
Fidan's stats were skewed. He was doing a lot of running over of people when it was quite easy to do so.
True.
Which does pump your damage up.
Well,
and you get your eliminations because he was coming back round again in the vehicle. So I think there was a lot of in fact, check how many knocks Al-Hadji has. Can you do that?
Ooh, player stats.
NIGMA Galaxy!
Whoa, they've called them out.
That's a big pick.
Nice stuff there coming on through. That is a big pick. Challenging, are they, well, certainly close to the top of the tables. I think they might be in second place right now, third place potentially. Certainly right towards, second place, right towards the top. So they are definitely calling people out.
Call out.
They're the team with the highest averages in this week right now. So it's a really great to see that they are not just going to go for the easy money like 3D Max did. So that's probably what I'd do too. I've been John Allen. With me has been Blank. This has been the PMSL EMEA for today. And we will be seeing you tomorrow for more action on the battlegrounds and beyond. We'll see you there.
Yeah.